I have earned over 300,000 Gamerscore, and today I would like to share with you all my entire collection of a 14-year account. So this is going to be a long video, but let's start from the very beginning. So 14 years ago, I was 9 years old when I started this account. So just keep this in mind. I didn't have the achievement hunting obsession that I do now. For that, my account really suffered because there's so many games where I just played it one time to never play it again. Like look at Kung Fu Panda, for instance. At 11%, it's not too hard of a game, but I just didn't have the patience to even beat games at the time. The only games I really beat was like the rare Arkham Asylum or just random games like that. I didn't really beat a whole lot of games. I was a Call of Duty kid and I didn't have a lot of that gaming experience. There's not a whole lot to talk about here, but I would like to talk about two instances where the achievement hunting hobby really hit for me and really became what established my achievement hunting obsession to begin with. I don't know if I would be achievement hunting without these instances. My first instance of this achievement hunting spark was Borderlands, the pre-sequel. You complete missions, defeat like certain bosses. There's certain character stuff that you have to do with like Claptrap and Athena, but for the most part, Borderlands pre-sequel isn't a hard game. But when looking at this achievement list, I saw an achievement called 360 no scope, where while airborne, you have to spin 360 degrees, then get a kill with a sniper rifle without using a scope. So this achievement was like something that really resonated with me being a Call of Duty kid. I had a lot of memories of trick shotting and all that. So playing this game and seeing that achievement, I really tried to get this achievement. And I basically attempted this the entire time we were playing this. It took me like a week and a half to get this achievement. And it's just, keep in mind, this is like my first instance, so I'm like not really naturally good at games at this point. But I finally got it on January 3rd, 2015. So that was one of the first ever instances. The second instance of this achievement spark really hitting, and without this game, I really don't know if I would be achievement hunter today if it wasn't for this game. It's a little game called The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. I love this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time, if not my favorite game of all time, because this game is just awesome. One of the greatest things about this game is that you start with Isaac. As you play and further your experience with Binding of Isaac, you get essentially unlockables, and these could be characters or items that can either strengthen your run or hurt. Most of the time it's strength, but there's some bad items. This was a very rewarding system because not only are you earning achievements, you're earning unlockables in the game that can further your runs to make it way better gaming experience. And I really enjoyed that. And I really grinded this game. This was the first instance of a game where I truly loved playing this game. And this is what made me really value single player games, really. So I have 22 days and 14 hours played on this game. That's how much I love this game. In case you don't know, Binding of Isaac Rebirth has DLC packs, and essentially these DLC packs expands the game by like 100 to 150 hours. I have Binding of Isaac Rebirth 100%ed, I have Afterbirth 100%ed, and I have Afterbirth Plus mostly 100%ed. The only thing I'm missing is this one. And I think I'm only missing like 3 or 4 post-it notes. Repentance is another beast. I haven't even played Repentance, but I know how ruthless of a grind this is. So 72 out of 79 achievements, that doesn't sound too bad. But this achievement, Dead God, requires you to do absolutely everything, which is basically every achievement on Steam. That's 641 achievements as the time I'm recording this. I don't know if they're gonna put more in. And not only that, you have to unlock every single item and grab every single item. Some of these items are really rare as they're specific type of item pools. Like there's an angel pool, there's a devil pool, and then there's a secret room pool. There's 4 total expansions, and almost all those expansions have like 100 items in each. And I think Repentance doubles that with like 200 to 300, which is insane. It's insane how much Repentance adds to this game. And not only that, there are post-it notes basically for each character. And that is like what the route you take. So for instance, after you defeat Mom's Heart like 9 times, you get a choice to either choose between the angel path or the devil path. And if you go the angel path, you have to kill Isaac. Long story, I don't have enough time to explain that. But if you kill Isaac, you get a little cross on your post-it note. There's many different routes to take in this game, and for each character, you have to complete that post-it note for every character. And Repentance doubles the amount of characters there are in the game. Just saying, Dead God is a crazy commitment and is an insane thing that you have to do. I will eventually 100% this game. I really want to. This is like the dream completion for me. I really want this. Now, according to True Achievements, my first ever game completed is a very underwhelming one. It's The Walking Dead, the Xbox 360 version. I couldn't find the actual Xbox 360 version, but it technically does not count because I don't have the 400 Days DLC. So I have not actually completed that game for the 100%. Actual first instance of 100% is Castle Crashers Remastered. Now, this game has a technical double stack with the 360. I'm going to talk about both right here just for convenience. The only difference in these versions is that Castle Crashers Remastered has a game called Back Off Barbarian, and essentially it's like a Dance Dance Revolution type of game where you have to avoid barbarians. You have to survive 2 minutes and 30 seconds in this game, and it can be kind of challenging because as you get to the 2-minute 15 mark, the freaking barbarians just start popping off and going crazy, and you have to essentially just start spamming the XAYB. I think you can also use this left stick, and I think that's what I did. And essentially you just start doing this the whole time, and then you hope to God that you get to freaking the 2 minutes and 30-minute mark. Now, the Castle Crashers 360 version does not have that game mode, but instead has all you can clap. And you have to win 20 ranked matches of this. And essentially what this is that this is a button mashing game where you're hitting X and Y at the same time, and you're trying to eat the food faster than your opponents. My weakest game skill is button mashing. I don't know what it is, I just can't really do it. So this was actually way harder than Back Off Barbarian. Outside of those 2 game mode specific achievements, the list is basically the same. In both, you have to win 40 arena ranked matches. There's like this like technique that I found where you can jump in the air, and if you just spam, I think X and Y, like how you do it all you can clap, funny enough, you can basically juggle your enemy in the air, and if you're really good at that, you can just spam that and win. But Castle Crashers is a fun game. I would recommend anyone playing this. It's just a good time. Now, this game is actually a game that I almost 100%ed before I even was an achievement hunter. Looking at these achievements, most of them I unlocked in 2011, 2012. The only achievement that I did not unlock was this offline achievement that I unlocked, which is essentially having 4 players and you winning the race. You just have 4 controllers lying around because I don't have friends. I don't have 4 local friends. What the hell? And you have to win the race. This is a fun game. This is a puzzle platforming game where your goal is to hit blocks and then arrange it in such a way to get past the obstacles. Some of the story levels were a little challenging for me, but if I can do this in 2011 when I was an achievement hunter, I believe anyone can really do this. This could have been my first completion had I had some friends. My next completion is Valiant Hearts: The Great War. This is an amazing 2 to 3 hour game. It has some easy achievements to go for, so A lot of this is collectibles and petting the dog. There's not a whole lot to talk about here, but it's just a great story that I would recommend. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. When I'm starting to record, everything decides to be 0 out of 1,000. Wow, that's crazy timing. When I started achievement hunting, I was more into the narrative experience of the games, and I really resonated with the story choices games. And Oxenfree is one of those games where it's about your player relationships with the other characters and talking. It's like a horror thriller game. I'm fairly certain that you can like miss all of the achievements in the game. A lot of these achievements are tied to these characters and how you interact with them. You could be so mean to these characters and then cause them to like break up or ruin their entire relationship with the main character of the game. You have to do 3 or 4 different playthroughs. One of the playthroughs that you have to do is to not talk to anybody. That is just letting the choices that pop up on the characters, like above the character, you just let that timer go down so that she doesn't interact the whole time. It's a good game. You have to play multiple times is the only downside to this game. Anyway, next up we have The Cave. There's 7 characters to choose from, and you can only play 3 of them in a playthrough. So to experience the entire game alone, you have to play 3 playthroughs, which is a little annoying, but I thought it was a fun puzzle-esque game where you have to figure out how to get past their unique adventure, and some of them are pretty good. I think the twins were a favorite of mine. Essentially, the achievements are reaching the bottom of the cave with all 7 of the characters, getting every bad ending, and I think seeing every good ending as well. Gone Home is the first game that I just won't recommend anyone play. I don't think it's a very good game. It's a house, and it's completely empty besides like pages to read and all that. There's nothing in this game besides reading. The story isn't interesting at all, and I just didn't see what the point of this game was, to be honest. Some of the achievements are actually kind of annoying as well because they're speedrun achievements, which in my opinion, speedrun achievements are some of the worst achievements in games. I tend to not really enjoy them because the pressure of trying to win in under certain time is very stressful. One of the speedrun achievements that you have to do is completing the game having found all 24 journal entries without modifiers in less than 10 minutes. So you have to not only remember all the collectibles, you have to beat the game in under 10 minutes, which is really freaking annoying. There's also another achievement for just beating the game in under a minute, and I think that was the main achievement that I was really going for and trying to get. And once I finally got the under minute speedrun achievement, I think I was good to go for the rest of it. Next up, we have Batman Return to Arkham Asylum. Oh, I love the Arkham series. All 4 of the games are amazing, and I stand 10 toes with the Arkham series. Arkham Asylum is more of a Metroidvania type of game. It's still good. It has the creepy asylum aesthetic. I used to have a tradition where I would play the Arkham games like once a year. Since I've started doing content, that's kind of fallen to the side, unfortunately. I definitely have a lot of love for these games, and because I've played them so many times, the difficulty for them isn't really there. What this requires for Arkham Asylum is beating the game on hard. You have to complete the Riddler challenges in this game, collect every riddle, which that essentially is just collectathon, which as we get into Arkham City, I have a hot take about the Riddler trophies. And then there's a Amadeus Arkham stuff, which is like spider webs, like statues, and you have to scan them. They're not too super interesting in my opinion, but the main thing holding people back from these completions are the Predator and combat challenges. You have to get a certain score. You have to get 3 batarangs in these challenges. You have to get to 24 in both the combat and the Predator challenges. Once you get in the groove of this game and really the combat system, there's some jank moments in there, of course, but for the most part, you can really understand where everything is coming from and how to counter each enemy. It's just such a fun combat system. The main thing for me that was a little bit challenging was these Predator challenges, because This involves trying to do a certain task inside the map. Challenge like leave this guy for last, and if you do, you get a batarang. But then there's 2 other challenges where you have to like use your grappling hook to pull this guy off the scaffolding or something like that. And that's another batarang. That can be a little challenging and very annoying. I know the last 2 where you're in the sewer is really annoying. I think there's also extreme challenges too on these as well, which makes them a little bit more harder. Arkham Asylum is one of those games that has a amazing list for you to get into achievement hunting. It has a little bit of challenge. It has some collectibles, but not too much collectibles. And it's just also just an all-around banger of a game. Tekken 7. There was a time when they would do like an Xbox Play Day. They would give you a weekend to try a game completely for free, and that sounded awesome because I love free games. I did this in 9 hours. I think I might have just played this in 1 session. One of the achievements, beat Akuma in arcade battle or special match and treasure battle, is kind of a luck-based achievement. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I think you have to beat a certain amount of arcade battles, and then you get this random encounter of Akuma, and you have to beat him, and he's a little bit tricky to deal with. I think I may have choked once or twice fighting him. Most of these achievements are really that hard. You kind of just do them. This might be a challenging achievement too, winning a battle in an online tournament. I got really lucky. Free Play Day was like a day where people were really active, and I guess I ran into a lot of noobs like myself, and I was able to beat them. I don't remember much about this game though. I did it in a weekend. It's all a blur to me. If there's a game that I did in like 1 day, chances are I just don't remember this too much. All right, it's doing the visual bug again, but I do know I completed Orange Rush. Orange Rush is a racing style game, which I believe is not even online anymore. This game online services was closed November 30th. There was an achievement called Enter Your Initials, and essentially that requires you to do every single player challenge. And I remember some of them being super tough. I just don't really remember the specifics of what made it tough, whether it just be winning a race or anything. This was a neat racing game though, I will admit. I did enjoy it. I basically no-life this game as well. Pixel Piracy is a dog game. Do not play it unless you want some easy gamer score. I remember watching some YouTubers play it, and I thought it was an interesting game when I was younger, and I played this game in 2018. I was 15 when I played this game, so I thought when I was 10 or 11 that it was an interesting game. It is not an interesting game. It's very lacking in content. It's just really jank and not worth your time at all. So between everything that I just said for game completions, Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga was a challenging one. I feel like this is on the lengths of Arkham Asylum, I would say. And this game was challenging because not only am I not a fan of Lego, but this is a very long game. There's like 6 episodes you have to play, and I think each of them have 5 chapters in those episodes. This covers the entire trilogy, The Complete Saga. But this is a challenging game just because I don't think I understood how important it was to go for red bricks and to go back and play the levels as you're playing. The red bricks makes it so that you get modifiers and essentially makes the game go easy mode, but having those red bricks being unlocked at the very end, it wasn't an exactly ideal experience. Now that I'm more affirmed with Lego games, I would understand that, oh, once I unlock a certain type of character, I should go back and play these levels to hopefully get the red brick so I can get like a 2 times multiplier or a 4 times multiplier to get like easy studs or make the game easier for me. I didn't even play with red bricks, so like I was getting frustrated at certain moments with you would build and then the characters would shoot you and then it would interrupt your build. You have to collect True Jedi for every level, collect every red brick, every mini kit, every gold brick as well. That's another thing. There's some interesting achievements in here, but for me, this game overstayed its welcome just because I didn't play it correctly. I didn't play it optimally. I'll put it like that. It's not playing right, but optimally for the 100%. I didn't play it right. Gears of War 4. is at 1,110 out of 4,000. And really, I didn't really grind it out. I more so was very interested in the multiplayer. I never got into the Gears multiplayer outside of this one, and I had a blast, and I earned a lot of the achievements. And even still, I am missing 3,900 Gamerscore. On top of the Seriously 4.0 being the base game, they would add a bunch of more achievements to make it even harder for you to do. There's a Iron Man game mode, which I think is a permadeath, and you have to beat that on hardcore or higher in co-op as well. It's just a lot. They add on a lot and make it like more grindy and just overall just something that you wouldn't really want to go for. I thought Gears 4 added something to make these achievements harder, but now that I'm looking at it, a lot of these are pretty simple. Like there's not a lot that adds to the grind from what I'm looking at. I think Gears 5 is the one I'm thinking about where they added something insane to make the game like 2,000 hours long. This was the most seriously that I've taken a Gears grind, and I got through 1,110 worth of the game. So that's just how crazy a Gears grind can be. And I put a lot of hours. I put like 200 hours into the game. The Cube 2. I played this, I believe, in a day, and I don't remember much about it. I don't remember a single thing about this game. It's a puzzle game, and that's about it. Celeste is also another failed achievement grind because I did not enjoy Celeste. It's probably a hot take, but I do not like platformers, which is really ironic considering that a lot of the games that are in my favorite games are platformers, but that's besides the point. Now, I know there's modifiers that can switch up and make the game a lot easier. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to play through the game legit. And I was getting so frustrated with this game that I did give it up. Maybe I'll come back to this game another time and give it another proper shot. But doing Chapter 3's level, the final boss on that is so freaking tough. I was struggling and raging because I just didn't understand how to get past him. Maybe because I'm a better gamer now, I could do a lot better. Anyway, we have Adventure Time Pirates of the Kidarian. I started this March 23rd, 2019, and I completed it March 24th, 2019. So at this point, I was an achievement hunter. I was actively grinding games, and I was going for the 100% in these games. I was starting with a lot more attainable and easy games to go for. Now, Adventure Time Pirates of the Kidarian, I don't remember if there's anything particularly missable. Doing some of these side quests was annoying, trying to find them. Finding the penguins was annoying, docking at all the islands. Some of these were just annoying. There's not a whole lot of remember from this game, so it can't be too bad. These probably were grindy because I did them all at once, so this was probably just grinding away. According to True Achievements, it takes 10 to 12 hours, and I did it in 10 hours and 35 minutes. Okay, that's weird. So I have The Walking Dead, the final season, before I have any of the other Walking Deads completed. There's not a whole lot to say about these games because they are essentially just movies. You watch the game, you pick some choices, and then you finish the episode with like 5 achievements. Now, the only difference is that The Walking Dead, the final season, has some missable stuff. And if you miss those, you have to do the entire episode over again. And I think the first episode especially, I missed it like 3 times. So these 3 achievements for episode 1 are 2 different branches. So hitting all piñata swings, that's a different choice from spearing all fish, I believe. That required a playthrough and a half to get through, which was really annoying because I like getting immersed in these games. I love the Telltale Walking Dead games, especially. I think I had to do an entire playthrough, finding all the collectibles again and just placing them, which was very unfortunate. So I had to do the first episode at least 2.5 times. I don't know if I messed up anyone else's. I probably did mess up once or twice on these, and I had to redo some stuff. One Leaves is an advertisement for smoking and to prevent people from smoking. It's a terrible game. It actually has a very interesting concept where you are in essentially an escape race room and you are racing against a computer to get to the end of the hallway. It actually has an interesting idea, and if it wasn't for the fact that you win no matter what. The main thing though that makes this game a little bit more difficult, and not really difficult, but more grindy, is getting through the maze 20 times. Nothing too crazy with one leaves. One leaves, I left. Thomas was alone. It's a puzzle platforming-esque game. There's different characters, so each colored square has a different ability, and they make it so that the game is pretty interesting, I think, as a puzzle platforming game. I don't particularly remember the achievements, but I do remember that I enjoyed my time with this game. And considering that from what I'm looking at, these achievements seem pretty simple, like you just pick up a collectible, then balancing with a certain character. I'm guessing Laura is the blue square. None of these achievements seem too out of the ordinary to collect. So Night Squad is a game that I don't remember too much about. Kind of like a battle royale, not a battle royale, but like kind of like a last stand mode. There's a single player challenge mode, and you had to do a bunch of the challenges. I don't remember them being particularly too tough. There's some grindy stuff in here. You got to get 1,000 kills, 5,000 pieces of a wall breaking. And then aside from that, it's not too bad. This is another 2 to 3 hour completion, and you kind of just forget about it and never think about it again, but it's not that good. Lego Batman 2 is a Lego game that I actually really enjoyed. It might be my favorite Lego game that I've played in terms of the overall 100%, because it's not particularly grindy compared to the other ones that I've played. The levels are segmented, so you can do your thing in the level, and then outside of the level, you have your open world hub. Essentially, you can just use like characters and roam around. You can find villains to buy them with your studs and whatnot. Also, this is technically a Lego Batman 2 plus other DC heroes, which is kind of an odd choice. Calling it a Lego Batman game is basically the Justice League, which is it's cool. I'm not going to complain about that because I enjoyed the game quite a bit, but I wanted a Lego Batman experience. You basically use Superman for most of it, but I think I did it properly with the red bricks. I understood collecting red bricks are important, and it made the grind a lot more simpler for me to do. I would recommend this one because Lego Batman 2, the Lego Batman Arkham game, it's kind of Arkham-esque, seems really interesting, and I'm super excited to try that one. And if you kind of want that feel before that game comes out, I would recommend this. Life is Strange Before the Storm Episode 1. Apparently, I did this one before Life is Strange, which is an interesting choice. I do not like the Life is Strange series at all. This is a series that I play to just make fun of and kind of cringe at the dialogue choices and wonder why Chloe is such a terrible main character. Like, she's so awful. I don't know how you could ever side with her, like, for half the shit in the game. She's just so bad that it makes the game so much more unlikable. Like, Max is a fine main character, but Chloe is just so insufferable, and it's just like, oh my god. Life is Strange is like a Telltale game essentially with its collectibles, and you take pictures in Life is Strange, and then Life is Strange Before the Storm you do graffiti drawings. The problem with Life is Strange is that they do this thing where the concept they have is really interesting, and that it kind of fumble at the very end for me. Their endings have never hit. They're not good games because they always end terribly and they just don't make sense. Now, Hue is a game that I enjoyed, but I got my taste soured because I had to do an entire another playthrough. I don't remember what happened, but there was something that made it so that I couldn't 100% the game on my first playthrough, and I had to do it entirely again. I had to play this entire game from start to finish. It was really unfortunate because I would have beaten the game in very quick, maybe 5-6 hours. It was so annoying having to do that because I made it to the very end of the game. I had one of the last colors to collect. I don't remember exactly how, but I was like basically just soft locked. And it's an interesting puzzle platforming game. I enjoyed it quite a bit, minus that little hiccup with having to replay the game again. iDarb is a football game, I believe. You play like an hour, you get the achievements, you call it a day. There's nothing really too crazy to talk about here. The Walking Dead Michonne, I would not play this one. Don't even bother. I'll put it like this. I was doing a lot of easier games. This is like a noticeable trend going forward, is that I was more interested in the achievement hunting process at this point compared to when I was doing games like Oxenfree. Don't really have a lot of memories or good memories about a lot of these. Like Tacoma is a game that I feel like a lot of people like, and I didn't really gel with the gameplay overall. There's certain miscellaneous achievements, like I remember you have to play basketball in space, and that was pretty cool. But aside from that, it's just like I didn't care about the story enough to really gel with the game at all. Now we have Marooners. This is a bit of a grindy one, as you had to win 50 online matches. And there's certain games in here that are interesting, like you have to get the pot of gold in Rocky Road. There's different types of games to do. So there's actually is variety here. It's just very grindy to get through. Yeah, as you can see, I got most of the pot of gold achievements very early on, and then I had to just focus up on getting those wins. This was a games with gold game, by the way. I didn't willingly buy this. That's probably also another one of my reasons why I wasn't too particularly interested in these games, is a lot of these games were on Game Pass. Abzu is a interesting underwater game where it's very much like a kind of out of this world experience almost, and it was a fun game. I think I enjoyed it. There's not a whole lot to talk about in terms of achievements because this is just like collectible, finding the statues, and then most of these achievements are not even missable, I think. Or if they are, I'm blanking. But this was a fun game. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was. Riverbond is a game. What? They added achievements? Okay, I thought I had the full 100%, but I do not. I'm missing 5 achievements. Riverbond is a game that was on Game Pass. It was actually a game I was excited for, and playing it, I should not have been excited for this game at all. I don't know what they were cooking with this. This game is just awful. A lot of this is just finding skins and then beating bosses and getting through the worlds. I can't believe they added achievements to this game. I think I'm locked out of the 100% for this forever because I am not willing to buy this game for $25 freaking for how bad it was. The Garden Between. I followed a Maca guide essentially and got carried through this game because of him. Inside is a very fun game. It's basically a Limbo Little Nightmares-esque game. So if you like one of or two of those, I would definitely recommend giving this a shot. You actually don't even have to finish the game. You can just leave it once you get the final achievement. You can just quit, which is what I did. I didn't finish it out because I was all about achievements and not wasting my time, apparently. I kind of wish I did because, I mean, this game wasn't a bad game at all. I thoroughly enjoy my time with this game. It's also a short game too, so it has that going for it. I did this in like 2 hours. Moonlighter is one of those games that really should have been a lot better. This is a roguelike shop management game. You're going into dungeons and you're collecting items to buy or to sell in your shop. Using that profit, you can get upgrades to like your weapons, your shop. I got to 638. There's odd gamer score. I think this put me to uneven gamer score for the longest time. The reason why I didn't even complete this game is that not only did I not like the game freaking glitched on me. This achievement, kill 1,000 desert enemies, kill 1,000 tech enemies. These like glitched on me. So I just couldn't get this 100% without restarting my playthrough. And then there's also like hitless achievements too, where you gotta beat these guys like without taking damage. And so all those factors made me just give up on this game entirely. And I will probably never play this game again. What Remains of Edith Finch. This game is fantastic. Go ahead and play this game. I think this is a game that you should play. I'm not going to say a whole lot about the achievements. They've required going into detail about the Finch family, and I would rather not, and would rather want you to experience this great storytelling game. Minecraft Xbox One Edition. As we get further into this video, you'll see a ton of Minecraft. Different editions, different versions. It's a lot of Minecraft. And this is very much a lot easier thanks to the fact that Minecraft Xbox One Edition contains a tutorial world. And with that, you get a bunch of free access to achievements that would otherwise take maybe like a couple hours of grinding for, you can do in like 2 to 5 minutes. Sadly, there is an achievement for playing 100 days. Now, Costume Quest 2 is a game that I did not play in Halloween, even though it's a Halloween game. Yeah, I freaking played this in June 4th and completed August 24th. What am I doing? So there's a very interesting achievement in this game where you have to use the candy corn costume in battle for the entire duration of the game. What candy corn does is makes whoever's wearing the costume essentially useless. They don't do anything until like the final battle. It's essentially just makes it so that you're limited to from 3 members to 2 members. This is also a turn-based game as well, so like you're trying to strategize and figure out, so being limited by 1 member actually does a lot. It's not super hard because this is a game made for kids, of course, so it's doable, but it has that candy corn achievement has a little bit of extra spice to the game. Harm's Way is a Doritos advertisement game. It was pretty bad. You can do the achievements in like an hour and call it a day. Doritos did have a good game in Doritos Crash Course. Here we have Numa Breath of Life. This is a puzzle game. I was a very dumb kid at the time. I did not like this game. I tried it and was like, why do people like puzzles? And I looked up every single puzzle. I could not wrap my head around like how people could solve some of these puzzles. And funny enough, those type of games now are some of my favorite types of games. I think this is a game that you should try if you like puzzles. Oh, there it is. Doritos Crash Course, the other Doritos advertisement game. This game is a banger. Also, these were both free. Although this was bad, it was free. So you can't really complain about free. Doritos Crash Course is a racing platformer. Essentially, you use your avatar in this game and you try to avoid obstacles, kind of like a wipeout. This game is very challenging once you get to the later levels, but those earlier levels where you're trying to get to like your time like lowered and try to go as fast as you possibly can, this game was so much fun to play. Finished Japan level 4 with a time of 1 minute 40 or better. That's just a tough achievement to go for because that's like one of the last levels in the game. So you have to like master the platforming of the game. That was really tough and rage-inducing. Earn a gold medal for each level. I think you have to get a certain time requirement. So you also have to just be naturally good at the game for all the freaking medals of the game. I'll always have strong memories for Doritos Crash Course. The Turing Test is also another puzzle-esque game. This is kind of more like a Portal-y vibe. I don't think I looked up a whole lot until I got to chapter 7. Here we have Meet the Robinsons. Now, Meet the Robinsons is my favorite movie of all time, but the game is not that good. The game is pretty bad. Instead of playing as Lewis, the main character of the movie, you play as Wilbur. He's essentially doing this like going into the past, messing with things and going into the future, and that's what you're doing. But some of these levels in the game just don't make sense to what's happening. Like they definitely just put random levels, like the devs were just like, well, we got to have a game, so let's just put some random levels. Another thing in this game that's very annoying, you have to scan almost every single enemy, and if you miss them, it's just like, ooh, that's tough. You got to do a whole nother playthrough for that. I followed an entire TA guide, a written guide. I really dislike reading TA guides. I would much rather watch like a video guide. These guides are just so bloated with stuff that just doesn't help. And then the stuff that is important, they don't go into super much detail about, and then you're like, you should have went into more detail of how do I get by this? It might be just a me thing, but this is not a good game, but I would recommend the movie. We Were Here is another puzzle game. I'm surprised how many puzzle games I have for just how much I didn't enjoy Numa. We Were Here is an escape room type game, with the caveat of you're playing with a partner. So this is a great partner game. I sadly did not get to play this game with a partner. I played it by myself. I had to use my sister's Xbox. I essentially had to play by myself, and then I'm used to that though. Figure out how to solve this puzzle, and then I would have to walk to my sister's room and solve it from that. And it was just a very back and forth. It takes about like maybe a minute because it's on the other side of the house. Having to do that was really annoying. I got the 1000G. No, nothing to complain about here. I do want to play the future games like actually with a partner and doing them legit. I actually bought the series and I plan on doing them sometime in the future. Widow Tree Adventures. This is definitely the first shovelware game, and I made sure to almost never buy a shovelware game again because I was like, what the hell is this? Why would people buy this? Personal preference, I like playing games that are actually games, and if you like shovelware, that's completely fine, but I do not. It took me like an hour. I guess it's not technically a shovelware game because it's a playable game, but this is almost borderline shovelware. This game is dog, to put it lightly. Varange is a point and click game where you are figuring out how to solve certain puzzles. I followed the guide for this. It was a little too tricky for me, and I don't really gel with these point and click games all too much. Monaco, what's yours is mine. This is a very tricky completion, actually. Looking at the stuff that I've talked about, this may be the hardest completion I've done. It's a tough competition between this, Batman Arkham Asylum, and Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. This one probably takes it though, because I'm not a stealth guy, so there's a lot more issues. You have to complete all 4 trophies or every co-op and solo mission. Specific challenges that you have to do for these trophies. So one of them is completing it on solo. The other is completing it on co-op. You have to have another controller or another buddy to play with, which that's just challenging. Then the other 2 are completing the level without dying and quitting out the level, which quitting out just means getting all of the gold cubes. Getting all of the cubes is like so freaking tough to do because you do have a certain amount of lives to get through these levels. And if you run out of lives, you're cooked. At least knowing that you have to do solo and co-op trophies for the 2, you can split them up into 2 playthroughs. Doing it without a buddy, I essentially had to play at a certain point, make sure one of my characters is safe, and then use the other character and hope I can clean them out. This achievement is what stops people from the Monaco completion, and 0.33% of gamers unlocking this. It makes sense. PixArk is an interesting game because it's a game that I didn't even have to buy. You could just download the demo and do a bunch of console commands. You get a whole hour to play the game. You should download it because not only it's an easy completion, it's free. Here we have Banjo-Kazooie. I have a hot take with this game. People love this game to death. I do not like Banjo-Kazooie. It may just be because I don't have any nostalgia to this game, but I found the platforming to be annoying. The controls to be really jank. Every level has like 100 music notes that you have to collect. You have to collect all of the music notes. You have to do everything inside a level to get puzzle pieces. And then you have to collect a bunch of little alien boys. I don't even know their name. I got so annoyed by this game by the second level, the beach level. Don't even know the beach level's name. That was the point where I was done with the game. I started playing this game July 11th, 2017, and I completed October 6th, 2019. This took me two years to get through. A Winter's Daydream. It's the closest thing to shovelware on my list. There's a setting in the game where you can change the text speed and how fast you hit the button, and you can just spam A button, and after 10 to 15 minutes, boom, done. You have the 1000. Enter the Gungeon is next. And man, what amazing roguelike this game is. Enter the Gungeon requires a lot of grinding to get this 100%. Like there's achievements for killing 100 enemies while riding in a minecart, for instance. And then there's also the Frightful Challenges, which is essentially a bounty board of enemies for you to kill. And you have to kill a certain amount to get through that. And there's like 12 to 13 enemies you have to take care of. Some of them are bosses too. And this is a very RNG dependent achievement, and it basically takes a really long time. I did this on Xbox and Steam, so I have 200% of Enter the Gungeon available. And the second time around, I did Enter the Gungeon in like 30-40 hours. And then I still had this achievement to go, and that took another extra 30 hours to get through. This was a lot of grinding, maybe too much. One of the achievements also requires you to get 5 master rounds in one run. A master round is essentially doing a boss flawless. There's 5 floors and you have to do all 5 bosses perfectly hitless. There's a very good cheese to get around that with an item called the clone. What that does is whenever you die, you start from the very beginning with all of your health upgrades, all your items, and all of the guns that you've collected. You can redo them all and try again. The toughest achievement for sure, that is taking revenge on the rat, the resourceful rat. He has his own fight. Beating him is tough and tricky. After you defeat him, there's a boxing mini game, and for the advanced boss, you have to basically perfect his fight, and it's like basically Little Mac. You have to counter his attacks, and this is the toughest one to do. And if you do well enough, you get a dragon egg, and that dragon egg, if you take it to the final boss, it will turn the dragon into a much harder fight. Those two are the toughest achievements. There's a lot to talk about for Enter the Gungeon. It's such a great game. If you are interested at all in roguelikes, Enter the Gungeon is a perfect one to get into. TMNT. This is a easy completion. You have to collect 1 coin. Just 1 coin. One of the only other achievements is completing a level without taking damage. These levels are not hard at all to do, and it's a pretty easy and simple completion. It's not the worst game either. Cars 2, the video game. I did this in a day. It was an alright game. I think it's overstated its welcome, even though I played it in 1 day. Looks like this is a little grindy with taking out opponents. So I probably had a guest account and I would just sit there in the versus mode. And then I think there's a single player campaign too. Otherwise, I don't remember it. Westerado Double Barreled. Not a lot of people know about this game, but this game is very hard. And there's a lot of glitchy and really tough achievements. So factoring in glitchy and hard, it's not a good combination. This is essentially like a deductive game where you're trying to figure out who killed your family. But then there's like a bunch of different options to do, like siding with the beefheads, I think is a gang. And there's a bunch of achievements like this, like making peace with the Indians and the military. If you know what you're doing, it's a short game too. Like I did this all in 24 hours. I probably played the game like a total of 20-30 times to get these achievements because there's so many glitchy achievements, so many miscellaneous achievements. Funny thing is, with who the killer is, it's entirely different for each game. One of the hardest achievements was Individualist for doing the movie star ending behind the scene, like a kind of like a fourth wall breaking where waves behind like camera crew, the directors and all that. And that's tough because you have to basically shoot out and hope that you're good enough to make it through. Another one that's really, really tough is called The Legend. Beat the game without getting shot. Yeah, the best ending for this. You still have to kill a lot of people. All it takes is just 1 shot and then you got to reload and do it again. I thought this game was really fun. I enjoyed it. And not a lot of people have heard about it, so this is kind of like a game that not a lot of people can talk about. It's also entirely removed on the Xbox store, so nobody can play it anymore if they don't have it or own it. So this is a unique experience to me and 344 players. Prominence Poker. Now, I played Prominence Poker just to learn how to play poker. The goal was done, but this game is insane with its achievements because one of them is like you have to get a billion bankroll. If you did that entirely yourself, that takes like 20 something years to get through. It's insane. People were so fed up with this achievement that I think a group of people went for this achievement. They made a session and just went for the billion bankroll. I don't really care for this completion, but I think it is also just an interesting game to bring up. A completion anytime soon is very not likely. With Minute, you only have a minute to play, and then your character dies. This is a very neat concept and a cool game. For the minimalist achievement, you got to complete the game in 25 or less. So you essentially have to know what you're doing. And then I believe the boss at the very end, it took me a few tries. So you have some leniency there. If you're following a guide, you're gonna know exactly how to do this game. There's a second game, but I don't think it's out on Xbox. I would like to play that second game. whenever it does, but I don't think it is. It's been a while. The Doodle God Ultimate Edition and the Doodle God Evolution, these are the same game. One of them has more achievements, I guess. That's the only thing. With Doodle God, you are mixing together elements to make other elements, and in using those elements you can make more elements. For the achievements is to craft every single element in the game. It's an easy game if you're following a guide and you know the exact elements you have to mix up. Next up is Fable 3. I love Fable to death. People don't like it as much as Fable 2 and 1. I still really like Fable 3. It's the only one I've actually have 100%ed on this account. I've never played Fable 2 on this account. I have played and beaten Fable 2 before, but it's just not available on this account. For the We Need Guns, Lots of Guns achievement, you need to collect every single legendary weapon. There's 50 in the game, I believe, and you have to collect them all. In your playthrough, your specific world that you're currently in, it will only have 26 available weapons for you to grab. This achievement is easy if you have a person that has those weapons and can just easily trade with you. Then it's just pretty simple. I decided that I did not like talking to people and I wanted to do this achievement basically solo. I played this game through the course of my summer basically 11 times. Even then, I didn't even get the achievement because I gave up and got burnt out after the 11th playthrough. Certain items are drafted into the shops, so there's like 12 in each of the various shops. I think there's 12. There might be more pool in that. There's legacy legendary weapons where your profile is tied behind these legendary weapons. They are in specific chests. There's 4 legacy weapons and you can only have 2 of them on your account. So if you make another playthrough, those legacy weapons will stay the same, right? So I had to make so many different profiles to figure this out. I didn't know if it was possible to get all the legacy weapons by yourself. That was the most worrying part of the grind. I did get all the legacy weapons by myself. I got to 46 45, 46 of the 50. The remaining weapons, I just needed someone to boost with. I was so burnt out after the 11th playthrough that I was like, let me get this. Let me get this achievement. I traded with someone for their weapons, and then they traded for me for my last remaining weapons, and it was a very beneficial trade to the both of us. Can't Bring Me Down. That's like the only other really missable achievement. You have to just beat the game without dying. It's not really challenging because the combat's pretty easy, but you can still die and just be like, oh, well, now you're locked out of this achievement. You got to do a whole nother playthrough. Fortunately, I didn't have to worry about that all too much. I got this back in 2013. So when I came back to grind this in 2019, I was all good to go. I didn't have to worry about that achievement. After Fable 3, I needed an easy grind and I went for Old Man's Journey. Honestly, I don't even remember it. I followed Macca. Like, looking at these pictures, I don't even remember any of this. Easy game, needed it, and then I got the visual bug again. Great. This is so annoying. Then I followed it up with Wander Song, which is also another easy game. There's a string of buttons that you can do. If you do it in the right combination, it takes you to certain levels, and I just did that for the entirety of it. I've heard that this is a great game outside of that. I can't really say. Then we got another easy completion with Life is Strange 2. Episode 1. It says episode 1, but really it's the entire season. This game is fine. I've said the thing that the premise is interesting and then the ending falls flat. I think this is a case where the game is not really that good, but the ending is decent. I think the game is very much limited and hurted by the main character. Well, not really the main character, but the kid character that follows you along the whole game is kind of annoying. He's not as annoying as Chloe, that's for sure. This is the same deal with finding collectibles, and that's pretty much it for the game. I think the next game takes the cake for the toughest completion I've done so far. Batman Return to Arkham City. This game is insane. This is a brutal 80 to 100 hour grind. Easily. two specific reasons why. Well, there's a bunch of reasons why, not just two. The main reason is Perfect Night Day 2. You have to complete the main story, do all the side quests, get all the Riddler collectibles. That's standard. That was Arkham Asylum thing. That's normal here too. There's usually a lot of contention with the Riddler trophies in the Arkham games being a terrible grind, but honestly, I love the Riddler trophies. It's such a fun grind, and I feel like it's just so fun finding the Riddler trophies and having to solve their little puzzle or their riddle. I really enjoyed that aspect of the game. I don't find any of those Riddler trophies to be bad. I might be spitting some hot takes with that, but I feel like I really love the Riddler trophies. I may be the only one, but that's fine. I will be the only fan. Alongside that, you have to do New Game Plus. I believe you have to do all of the side missions as well there too. And then there's a side game mode that you have to play called Riddler's Revenge. Their challenges in the last game are being brought back to this one, which that's fine. You can do those, but once you complete them, you have to do another thing called campaign missions. And this is basically 3 missions. It could be a combat challenge, a predator challenge, or another combat. So it could be all combat, predator, combat, predator, combat, predator. You have to do those 3 missions back to back to back and do like all of the medals. There's like modifiers that change the game to be a little tougher. You have to do all of them in that campaign. That is the big difference. Not only for the 100% of Return to Arkham City, you have to do it as Batman. They have different characters that you also have to complete the campaign and the challenges all together. This is a large portion of the grind, having to do everything with Catwoman, Nightwing, Robin, and Batman. Just doing it alone as Batman isn't so bad, right? But having 3 other characters to play as is just a lot, and there's some maps are just so difficult. There's a map called Top of the World. It's like just a tiny little circle that you have to like navigate around, and it's so tough. And then they put some really hard challenges definitely up there for the top. I think it's harder than Enter the Gungeon. It just is, honestly. I don't think Gungeon's nearly as hard. There's also an interesting achievement with Storyteller. It's having 12 dates with Calendar Man. For this achievement, you have to go see him for 12 holidays. He has like a little calendar next to him, and they're like, he has circled in months, and you have to go see him those 12 times. It's not a hard achievement by any means, because you can like turn off your network and then switch the dates to get it done pretty easily. It took me 101 hours, and a little fun fact about this game is that this is what actually started me streaming. A friend wanted to watch me play, and I started streaming on Twitch. So this was one of the first times I ever streamed. Next up, we have Prison Architect. This is a prison simulator game where you are the warden and you are building your prison and setting it up for your prisoners to hopefully not riot against you. I may not be the biggest fan of these building sim games, but out of every building sim game I played, this is probably my favorite. There's also DLC to this where you are the prisoner. I haven't played that one. I haven't bought the DLCs yet. I want to eventually, I just haven't. There's some annoying achievements to go through for sure. This is a 40 to 50 hour average completion, and it took me 41 hours to complete. One of the achievements that almost got me to stop playing this game was It's Not What You Know to unlock all snapshots. Essentially what this is you have to do a certain event. If you do that, it will be like you get like a photograph, and if you clicked on the photograph, that's a snapshot, and you have to do all of that for so many different types of things that you have to do. And this almost stopped me from playing the game because there was few snapshots that just wouldn't work no matter what I did. And I had to really grind this game, and it started to get really frustrating just because of how many times I was doing the same thing over and over again and it just not counting. it was a frustrating time for sure. Aside from that, most of these achievements are just like making your prison as effective as possible, getting the mouse profit to build up your place, and having a bunch of prisoners involved. Back to back, we have the South Park games. I actually surprised I played these back to back. We got Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole. With the South Park Stick of Truth, there's a lot of missables, and you can easily miss one of them having to redo it. This is a game where you have to really follow the guide, and if you just miss one tiny thing, it's basically a full playthrough all over again. The Chin Pokemons that you have to collect, they're missable. Costumes, even finding friends. One of the first friends that you talk to in the game is a missable friend. And if you don't realize that you missed him, then you have to essentially replay the entire game again. I was very observant with the guide and made sure I did not miss anything. Now, I cannot say the same for South Park The Fractured Butthole. There's an achievement where you have to be black and beat the game on Mastermind difficulty, which is the second hardest difficulty, not the first. And if you beat it on the first hardest difficulty, then you don't even get the achievement for it. Being black, it just makes it so that it's harder to get money. The Mastermind difficulty part is the actual combat and whatnot. And I didn't miss that, thankfully, but I did miss pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Collected all the loot in the homeless camp at Soto Sopa. There's a bunch of coins laying around and you can pick them all up, but there's a part of the camp where if you hit something, it will cover a coin and then you can no longer grab that coin. Well, that's what happened to me, though I had to play through the entire game again just to get to that point. And that's like a good 2 to 3 hours into the game before you can access this area. Aside from that, the game went swimmingly. The game's not hard by any means. It's both good games. I recommend them. Subnautica is a game that I didn't really get to experience. I just did the console commands and it worked perfectly for me. I got the game done in like an hour. Untitled Goose Game. You just play as a goose. You're a goose on the loose and you're just doing crazy tasks, being a menace to society. And that's pretty much the whole game. There's a bunch of speedrun-esque achievements where you gotta complete the to-do list before the church bell rings. And some of these can be mildly frustrating, having to do it on the timing when some of the physics with the game is a little not the best. Aside from that, this is a very just fun game. You play as a goose. Not much else to say besides those speedrun achievements. Batman Telltale game. It's a Telltale game. You know what to expect with this. You play it. You enjoyed the story for what it is. You get the 1,000. I would recommend the Batman Telltale series. I personally think the Batman Telltale series is one of Telltale's best. The first one is not nearly as good as the second one, but it's still a very enjoyable experience, especially if you're a Batman fan. It has different takes on some villains. Ark Survival Evolved. Played this game with console commands as well. Next up, we have Knights of Pen and Paper, the Deluxe Year Edition. You're enacting a D&D session, and this feels like very real because the game takes you on that adventure and you get to pick and choose what you want to do. There's an achievement where you have to beat the game in less than 465 days. It just means that I'm watching a guide at all times. Doing that kind of ruins the game. It's a long type of game too. It's a 20 to 25 hour game, so messing that up and having to redo it for that achievement alone is not worth it, so I just did the text guide. I wish the game didn't have that achievement because I would have liked to experience the game on my own, but it is what it is. Sometimes the achievements can ruin an experience, and this is one of them, unfortunately. Bleeding Edge is a online game. I don't know if it's shut down. I think it's shut down. This game has not shut it down. That's insane that this game has not shut it down. This game is awful. This game is terrible. For this game, you have to heal a certain amount of people, like 200k, and do damage 200k as well. That's like the two big achievements that will take most of the time. It's an 8 to 10 hour experience, so for the most part, you're gonna be bored out of your mind. You put up a show, a movie, and then you watch that and just vibe out. Fractured Minds, similarly to One Leaves, is a game instead of about smoking, it's about mental health and anxiety. It's an easy completion. It's good message, not a good game. Sonic Generations at 62% is actually insane. I did not expect it to be that high. This is a huge collectathon game, basically. There, in each level, there's 5 different rings to get, and you have to play with both modern Sonic and OG Sonic. So there's a lot of levels where you have to collect these rings, and then there's a bunch of side activities in the game where these are just kind of bland and not fun to do at all, but there's so many of them and you have to do them. I think the last thing I left off on was trying to beat the final boss hitless, and then I just stopped playing the game. I don't know if I'll come back to this game and complete it, but I did enjoy Sonic Generations. It was not bad. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. I think all of these are miscellaneous achievements that you can just do randomly and they'll pop. You can play the whole game and I don't think unlock a single achievement. And this is also a game where you can unlock all the achievements before you even beat the game, which is kind of lame. I don't like how Inside and this game does that, where you can just close the game. I closed both of them, so I guess I'm a little bit of a hypocrite that I took that route. I did not enjoy this game, to be honest, as much as I did Inside. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD is a very interesting game because the TA for it is so high, and I don't know if it really reflects how hard it is. I really don't, because on the one side I feel like the normal game is pretty easy. The master speedrunner is a permadeath mode, and if you lose all your lives in that, you're done and have to restart. As much as the game is challenging playing it the first time, I only lost the speedrun permadeath one time and I never had to worry about it again. I think the reason why this game is so inflated is because this was a part of free play days, and this was actually one of the games I tried beating it in one weekend and I was not able to do so. I was very close to getting it done, but not quite there. So I had to wait and hope that another free play day would come along. I think I just bought the game, was like, yeah, I'm just gonna finish it out. The main thing that really got me was the mini games. Some of these you have to play perfectly. It was so tough to get through. Either snowboard or hovercraft race in 1:30. That was so tough because the controls are really bad. It feels like a GameCube game. I mean, it is, I think, a remake off of a GameCube game, but it feels like they didn't modify any of that at all, and it just feels so uncomfortable to play with, and trying to get all the flags in hovercraft race was just so beyond tough. Piku Niku. This game is interesting. I don't really remember much of it. There's not even any achievements that I remember either, so this is honestly not really that memorable for me. Forager. This is a very lovely game. It's basically a idle Minecraft cookie clicker type game. I really like this style. It really hit the dopamine. There's some idling grinding issues with this game, of course, and that goes into some of the achievements. Owning 100 nuclear structures at once, having 1 trillion coins, that's a very grindy task. There's a lot you can do, and it was a really fun time. I enjoyed all of my time spent on this game. Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. This is my only Assassin's Creed game that I have 100%ed. And it's technically 2 games because Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered also came with Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, which are tough in their own ways. Liberation is tough because I don't want to play that game, and Assassin's Creed 3 is tough because of the large grind it contains. A lot of the grindiness of Assassin's Creed 3 is related to the common area that you have in your game. It's your town, and you have to find a bunch of NPCs to create relationships with and all that, and the achievement An Extraordinary Man is that. It has naval missions, which I didn't really like naval missions. People love Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I didn't really like the naval missions to want to even try that game. The biggest one of all, you have to hunt every single animal too. That I wasn't a fan of particularly that. They also had some hard achievements with the original gamer winning a game of Fanarina, Morris, and Bowls in the homestead. That was not a fun time. I remember struggling on Fenora, Fanerona, especially, because the mentor of the assassin Connor he's an expert, and bro, it almost feels bullshit the way he wins, because it's like, how the hell did you just pull off that move? And I don't even understand how you did that. Outside of that, the Assassin's Creed staple is synchronization, which is basically doing bonus tasks. Some of the optional objectives is like, don't touch the ground during this like tree parkour section. And they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. And then there's other parts where it's like, you're on this pirate ship and it's like, don't get hit. Those would be tougher to do, of course. The only problem with completing Assassin's Creed 3 was that I had to play Liberation 2 for the 100%. I only wanted the completion. It was just mid to me. There's no homestead for you to explore either, so it's just like, it's a simple experience compared to Assassin's Creed 3, but it's way worse. After Party is a game that was made by the people that also made Oxenfree, and I really enjoyed Oxenfree, so I wanted to give this game a shot too. In this one, you play as two characters. I don't remember the names of them. You're in hell, basically, and you're trying to get out of hell by defeating the devil in a game of drinking. I thought this was interesting, but not nearly as good as Oxenfree. Without spoiling the game, there's a section where you have to pick your character to choose because they get separated. You have to pick between the two characters, and both of them have specific achievements. So you have to do at least 2 playthroughs to get both of those achievements. And I think there's a bunch of endings that you have to do. That can be a little annoying having to do. I don't think I ever did any like cloud save stuff and reloading. So I played the game a little bit extra than what the average person would play. But After Party was a fun time. Taurus is the next game, and there's not a whole lot to talk about. The main achievement in this game is related to doing a to-do list, and doing all of them guarantees you all 10 of the achievements, I believe. As long as you follow the to-do list, you're good to go. One of them was surfing, trying to get a 540. This is an okay game. Played it for 6 to 8 hours, and then that was it. Coffee Talk kind of falls in that same category too, where it's just an okay game. I can see the relaxing vibe to Coffee Talk, where you're making coffee for the NPCs and trying to build these relationships and get immersed into the game. Although that's fine, I don't think it's a game for me. The achievement Barista Guru is the only real tough one, and that's basically just doing 50 correct drink orders in endless mode. That's just following a guide and just following it to a T, and then you're good. Tracks the Train Set is a very easy game, borderline shovelware with how easy it is. I guess they added some DLC to this game, so that's unfortunate. I'll probably never get that because I don't want to buy this game or the DLC. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember anything about Slayaway Camp. I'm trying to like look at the achievements to like get some sort of idea, but I don't even remember this. Overcooked, I actually played with my partner at the time, trying to get her into video games. It was a really fun time playing Overcooked. Some of the levels were a little stressful because she wasn't very good at them at the game, but we had to get 3 stars on every single level. The only thing that sucks about this game is that if you're playing co-op with somebody, the second player just won't get any achievements, which really sucks. But hey, I got 1,000 out of 1,000, so I'm happy. I'm happy with the game and that I did. Goat Simulator, you play as a goat. There's not much else to say. It's a fun time. People infamously talk about the Flappy Bird achievement. For what it's worth, it's annoying, but it's also not really hard. You can probably get this in like 20-30 minutes. A Way Out, I will say all of these achievements are missable. You can play the entire game while earning a single achievement, so you kind of have to go out of your way to do these achievements. Like one of them, you have to do a perfect note. You got to play like a guitar and a piano for a bit, and then once you do that, something triggers. That's like the toughest achievement in the game, and it's not really that tough. You can also get all the achievements before beating the game like the other ones. It's just also just a good game. This is a great co-op game, so if you have a partner or a friend that you want to play with, this is a perfect game. The Wolf Among Us, it's one of Telltale's best. You should play this one. I love how I said like you can play the first season of Walking Dead and then you don't have to play them ever again. And I've just been saying to all of them, oh yeah, you should play this one. I like Telltale. they're good. The Wolf Among Us 2 has a second game that's coming out. When that game will ever be released, I damn sure don't know, because they've been teasing and having trailers for that game for years, and there's been no news on that game for like 7 years. And that's really unfortunate, because this game is truly an amazing story game. I loved it. Surviving Mars is a game where you can use console commands to get all the achievements. I got the base 1000, and then the 40 gamer score just popped randomly. Really unfortunate that that happened like that. I don't want to buy a game just to unlock some gamer score. Looking at this, you can tell that I wasn't really trying to get out of my comfort zone with games. I was still doing a lot of easier games and just playing games that were like moderately small. There's not a lot of big games yet. Another Telltale game that I'm about to tell you to play. Great stuff. I love the Borderlands series, so this game is right up my alley. I love the two main characters, Fiona and Reese. They're awesome. This game's very funny. It fits the Borderlands humor. Clicker Heroes is an idle game that I put a good like 200 hours in, and I'm not even close to the completion. I do plan on going back to this game and just doing some calendar switching to get my progress up there and hopefully get this 100% a lot faster. Oh man, Vigor. Vigor is a free like Escape from Tarkov game almost, and it's a tough game for me to recommend. I don't know if they changed anything to this game, but this game doesn't have auto aim, which is really odd. So you have to get used to aiming and not having it auto aim to an enemy. It's very weird to get used to. Then on top of that, the achievements are also just really grindy. Like there's an achievement called the Pharmacist for attending all healing consumable plans, and that is basically grinding for these blueprints. The average completion time says 150 to 200 hours. I'm not quite sure if I put 150 hours in this game. It doesn't feel like I did, so I may have gotten lucky. Fortunately, there's a game mode that you can play that gives you automatic blueprints instead of the Tarkov mode. The game mode is, if you're good enough, if you get like first to second place, you get a few crates, and that tremendously helped me because I was pretty good at the game. But then it just felt like the blueprints were tied to RNG, and it was just a very frustrating experience knowing that you could be at this for a good while. And I was grinding, like looking at Master Builder, built at least one level of each improvement. I unlocked that December 8th, 2020, and then you see me playing this game until December 16th. So I was non-stop grinding this game, by the way. It wasn't that I just didn't play it. I was grinding non-stop for these blueprints. Super Lucky's Tale is a actually really fun game. I thoroughly enjoyed it, that I got the double stack for it. Super Lucky's Tale, the OG version, is harder than new Super Lucky's Tale. There's so many achievements in here that were really tough. I'm a completionist, collected 99,999. I don't believe you have to do that in new Super Lucky's Tale. Foxamania, took no damage in the Wriggle Mania. That was definitely the hardest achievement for me, and this took me many hours to try to get through. But this was a fun game. I really enjoyed it. The average completion time for this game also is 21 to 28 hours, and I completed in 17 hours. So I'm pretty good at games. Looking at new Super Lucky's Tale, they only have the good, bad, and the wealthy for collecting 12,000 coins. So that also helps. You don't have to do the 99,000. Batman, the Enemy Within. This one is very interesting. I'll just leave it like that. It's a Telltale game. You know what to do. Walking Dead, the complete first season. This is their masterpiece, and I don't think they were able to really replicate that. The closest they were was The Wolf Among Us. It's just an amazing game. The atmosphere there. It's just a game that really hits. Batman Arkham Origins is next. This is a game that unfortunately I cannot complete. There is two reasons why. One, I didn't purchase the DLC. I'm really sad about not being able to buy the DLC because I've heard Cold Card Heart is so freaking good, and just to never be able to play that one, it's really sad. And then the second reason why I don't have the completion is because they added multiplayer to this game. I actually really enjoyed the multiplayer, believe it or not. I just didn't grind hard enough for all of the multiplayer achievements. So sadly, I cannot get the completion because of that. That doesn't mean you should not play this game, because this game is, in my opinion, my second favorite Arkham game. It goes night Origins, City, and Asylum. Origins is so good and underrated. There's a permadeath in this mode. It's called I Am the Night. The only thing that's really tough about it, there's one quick time event at the very end of the game, and for I Am the Night, it takes away like counters. If you're not prepared for that, you just lose the run, and I lost my run to that. That was really frustrating. It's a 4-hour game if you know what you're doing, but was a frustrating 4-hour run back for sure. Had I been an achievement hunter a few years earlier, I would definitely have this completion. This would be like a priority. Starlit Adventures. For a free game, this isn't overall too bad of a completion. This is like a 15-20 hour game, and the main reason for that is Sticky for collecting all the sticker packs and Full Album for completing the album. Album is just the sticker packs essentially. Doing them, it's very RNG dependent to unlock, so you could be at it for a little bit. In terms of free games, this is one of the best and easiest games to get a free 1,000 out of, and it's a good TA ratio too. It's a 3.8. Corgan is another free game that you can do in an hour or two. This game is actually dog shit. I would not recommend this one too much, but you can just do it in an hour, so like it's not that bad. Little Acre is a point and click adventure game. There's a few achievements for not asking for solutions and hints, and beating the game in less than an hour too. The hints and solutions aren't too bad because that's the point of point and click, but the doing in less than an hour, you're not letting someone figure out. So I just looked up everything. I would have liked to maybe solve some of the stuff on my own, but for a free 1,000 Gs, can't complain. Hybridie is a really interesting game where you're essentially trying to avoid any obstacle that comes your way, and you have to survive a certain amount of time. I thought it was a really neat concept, and I thoroughly enjoyed this. Some of these levels can be a little tricky. As long as you have some decent reaction time, you can probably get this done in like 5 to 6 hours. Deliver Us the Moon. I have no idea what this game is. Yeah, no, I have no idea. I'm trying to remember. Blanking. We're kind of nearing that era where I wasn't really enjoying achievement hunting because I was doing such easy games. The Sims 4, you can do some cheat codes in this game as well. Console commands, I believe, and you can get all the achievements pretty easily. The Adventures of Elena Temple Definitive Edition. I actually do think this is shovelware, now that I'm remembering. You can beat the game in like 20 minutes. You just keep doing that. Day of the Tentacle is a point and click adventure game like the other ones, and just like the other ones, I did not like this game. Walking Dead Season 2, it's alright. Full Throttle Remastered is another point and click game. This one was, I believe, my favorite of the point and click games. There's nothing to it. I'm just watching a guide and following along. Golf with Your Friends. This game is a little infuriating in that you have to get a bunch of par score on certain maps. Even following a guide on these levels can be super tricky because some of them are RNG dependent, so getting a par score takes a few attempts. They keep adding DLC to this game. I haven't been wanting to buy the DLC yet, so this has been uncompleted for a minute. Hyperscape. Man, I thought this was going to be the next Fortnite. I thought this game was great. I loved it. I was all in on this game. For this completion, you have to get 10 victories, and the gameplay is there's 2 abilities that you can pick up, and a lot of them are like maneuver abilities to like get out of places. So one of them, you could become a ball, and then there's also just like a dash. I thought this game was so freaking cool and fun because this was all like movement based and just like being super quick. I thought I was pretty good at the game. I started the game August 11th, 2020, and I finished the game August 15th, 2020. Some of the achievements are also really interesting, like the Pacifist. I thought that was really interesting. I think that was actually my first ever win, was doing the Pacifist. Looking at these, I unlocked them all at the same time, winning my first match, claim victory by holding onto the crown. In solo mode, win while eliminating any other contenders. So I won my first ever match by not killing anyone. That's actually a really awesome way to win. I guess I did that on purpose, just to know that I could do the 100% of this game. That's the hardest achievement, so once I did that, I basically had the 100%. I just had to do some grinding and hope to get 10 crowns. Indivisible is a very underrated game, and I wish I could recommend this for people that are all about being completionists, but This game has a DLC pack that is unattainable to get, so you cannot get the actual 100%, which is really unfortunate because this game is incredible. It has turn-based combat. The turn-based combat is basically like you can do combos. I think the achievements aren't very hard either. I don't remember anything that I had to go out of my way for. Stardew Valley. This game was addicting. I put a good 100 hours into this game and it was an overall great time. I do really like survival games and management type games, and I guess I didn't realize it until this game. I didn't start realizing until like rather recently too. This was one of the first games where I felt like, oh, this is super addicting. I think I played every day for like a month of just nothing but Stardew Valley. It was a phenomenal time, to be honest. There was a little thing that you could do with the chickens. Bought a chicken and then named them a certain code. If you did the code, it would give you that item. And I did that basically until I got the 100%. They added more achievements randomly back in 2025, I believe, with that new update, the 1.6 update. And you have to do basically everything that I did already, I would have to redo again, but I haven't unlocked them because I haven't gone back to this game in such a long while. I guess this would be an excuse to go back and play this game because this game is an amazing time. Now, I will admit that one of the achievements is very tough. Vector's Challenge. Beat Journey of the Prairie King without dying. And it was very hard and so tough. Westerado definitely trained me for this. And I did this relatively fast, faster than most people would expect. And I was so happy to do that. Now I think there's a little cheat that you can do where you can save and quit and it would take you to the next area. I didn't do any of that, thankfully. I did that all legit. So I'm pretty happy about that and proud that I was able to do Vector's Challenge when I wasn't particularly good at these achievements. Bully Scholarship Edition. Oh man, this is a game of all time. I have done this 100% on the Wii and I've done this on the Xbox as well. It's the only Rockstar game I've 100%ed because a lot of the Rockstar games are super grindy and long. Now, Bully Scholarship Edition is only a slight grind, but it's still grindy nonetheless. There's an achievement called Tour de Bulwarf, where you have to travel 100 kilometers on the bike. That takes a long time. That's annoying. And then there's a bunch of to-do list stuff, like traveling 50 meters on the skateboard, beating up 200 opponents, doing all the go-kart races. This is just a giant checklist of stuff that you have to do. Even the grinding stuff, it's very fun. I would love to see a Bully 2. My last Batman Arkham game, Arkham Knight. This game has a lot of freaking achievements. The combat feels amazing. It makes you feel like Batman. The Predator stuff makes you feel like Batman. Thankfully, with Arkham Knight, most of the achievements in the base game are relatively easy. There's not a whole lot of difficulty here, surprisingly, compared to Arkham City and a little bit of Origins with the permadeath. Arkham Knight does have ridiculously difficult DLC achievements they added, and there's a lot of DLC achievements. Some of these achievements are related to the combat challenges, of course, or in specific maps. The Chill in the Air, you have to complete Crime Alley unharmed as Batman, Robin, and Nightwing, which can be kind of annoying because that's multiple rounds of fighting that you have to do. Requiem for a Killer, defeat an old adversary in the Iceberg Lounge AR challenge playing as Batman. You have to get a 1,000,000 score, and then Killer Croc will show up, and then you have to defeat him. And basically getting a 1,000,000 score is having a 300-400 combo without dying in that challenge. And that's ridiculously tough, and that takes a long time to build up. And you can mess it up by losing to Killer Croc, right? These DLC achievements in the Crime Fighter Challenge Pack number 6 is the difficulty of Batman Arkham Knight. Everything else is very moderate compared to the other stuff that you had to deal with in the Arkham series. And I'm thankful that it ends off on such a good game. Roblox Xbox Edition. Basically, it's a free completion as long as you play for 30 days. I guess the only thing else that would be a roadblock for some people is having a friend playing with 3 other buddies of yours. That could be the only thing that could stop you. Not 30 days, it's 20 days in a row. That's my bad. Beholder Complete Edition is a very fun management style game. You're basically a landlord and you have a bunch of tenants in your apartments and you're keeping track of your tenants. You can go inside their apartment and place like listening devices, steal stuff. You basically have to like report anything to your totalitarian country. So there's different paths that you can take with this game for the achievements, and a lot of the achievements are missable. In fact, all 48 of the achievements are missable. So this is a very much a save heavy game. And if you mess up, you got to reload your save and try again. It's a lot of back and forth and it can be a little tedious, but I really enjoyed this game. Haven't heard too much about the other Beholder games, but I would like to give them a shot. The Walking Dead and New Frontier, you can skip this one entirely and you won't miss a single thing. Tell Me Why is not good. I don't remember very much about this game. It's a choice-based game, Life is Strange style more than Walking Dead. This one's just bad because the episodes are like 2 to 3 hours long. There's a lot of walking, and the walking parts of the game are like locked. So you'll spend like 10 to 15 minutes just waiting for the character to like trigger, and it's just like, why am I waiting 10 to 15 minutes for this? Like it's just a bad time. I'm not enjoying myself doing this. Donut County, you play as a whole and you suck up everything in the game. Not too much to it. It's just a fun hour or two experience. I don't even remember any of the achievements. Undertale, I've seen so many YouTube videos about this game, so I know the ins and outs of this game. And even so, you don't even have to play the game fully to get the 100%. They particularly added like a gambling area. It's basically upgrading that part of the game. And once you get that upgraded to like a certain level, like level 5, you get all the achievements without even trying. Oh, Dead by Daylight is a good one to talk about. Oh man, I forgot about this game. So Dead by Daylight is sitting at 1,730 out of 5,540. And I'm at 31%. That's crazy, considering I have 105 achievements in the game. For most of Dead by Daylight, I did play this for fun. So a lot of the achievements just came naturally as I played. A lot of this is simple stuff like killing your first survivor as the killer. Getting merciless victories with certain killers can be a little bit annoying. For the survivor side, you have to escape a certain character using their 3 unique perks. And a lot of those achievements are like that and are very simple to get. There's only 422 people that have completed Dead by Daylight. And the big reason why is that there's so much DLC to this game, and it all costs money. If you spent like all your money on like the killers and survivors, I think that runs you about like $100-$200. I've definitely spent some money on this game, don't get me wrong, but buying characters just to play them for a bit and then never touching them again, I could buy other stuff like a new game that I would like to play. There's also map specific achievements too. So if you get a certain map, you then have to try to repair a certain generator, and they can be a little challenging because you're waiting for the map, and if you have a good killer you're going against, you could just get shafted off of that. There is one really difficult achievement that I would like to talk about. There's 2, but I can't find the other one. This achievement is called Left 4 Dead. As the last player still alive, activate the last generator and escape through the exit gate. This is really tough because if you're the last person alive, the person basically knows where you are once you activate that last generator. So you have to really play on top of your game, or you could do what I did. Xbox has this really interesting feature that if you look at a few recent players, it will show you who the killer is. And I would copy paste, send them a message and be like, hey, can you help me out and let me get this achievement? I've been trying this achievement for hours. Please, 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 please. And one of the killers was Chill. I basically kind of sandbagged almost, and like I was like pointing at like the survivors at where they are. It was really funny because I would be pointing at where the survivor was, the killer would see me and then look that way and be like, oh, there he is. At the very end, he helped me out and got it, and I was like very thankful for that. That was a good one to get, because that's a really tough one. Again, I played this for fun, so like I was very try hard with this game. I was a rank 1 survivor. That's how much of a tryhard I was. Mortal Kombat 11. I don't know how we've gotten this far without talking about Mortal Kombat, but this game is awesome. I'm not really that much of a fighting game guy outside of Mortal Kombat. This game is grindy, but not grindy in the particular way like Mortal Kombat 9, where you want to end yourself playing that game for the achievements. This is more so like you have to do Master of Time, completing 250 towers, Psychopath performing 100 brutalities. A lot of that's easy because there's an uppercut that is a free brutality. For the 250 towers, by the way, you can just use like an AI to let it do it for you, which is really funny. So if you didn't want to grind on your own, you could just let an AI do its thing. You could go do whatever you have to do for the day and just let it run, and it will do it at a very slow pace, but it will do it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelists. You have to essentially get through all 5 of the characters, and these are like entire shows. The bright side of this game is that you can go into a custom deck and play the campaigns like that, and you can basically just make an Exodia deck. And an Exodia deck is like, if you have all the pieces of Exodia, there's 5 pieces, and if you have them all, you essentially just win the game. You can have a bunch of cards that make it so that you draw a bunch of cards, and eventually you'll get Exodia. This game I completed on January 6, 2021. This was before college was about to begin for the spring semester, and I was really burnt out on the games that I was playing. I felt like the 50% of the games that I was doing that were easy, I just didn't really feel like they were worth it to really do. I was more worried about streaming and everything like that. I just didn't do anything for achievement hunting for a very long time. This was really the last one that I wanted to do. So from January 6, 2021, all the way to my next completion in Archvale, this is July 6, 2022. I played Archvale because I was genuinely interested in the game devlogs. I would actually follow them and follow their YouTube videos and see the devlogs and the progress. And I thought it was so cool that I was really interested when this game came to Game Pass, that I was like, I need to 100% this game. Truly, it's a game that is like in one of my styles that I personally really gel with. And so I got the 100%. It's an easy completion in terms of the gameplay. It was a fun 100%. This is kind of a point where my achievement hunting journey also changed, and my mindset, because July 6, 2022 was around the time when platinum content started to blow up because of Nick AR. That's when prominent people used to come into the scene. Like Nick AR started making content around this time. I think he started like January. And then Sandwiches also came around and made content. Sandwiches was a big reason on why I started actually making achievement hunting content. I saw his videos and I really resonated with his stuff. So I was like, if an achievement hunter can do this for fun, I might as well do it too, you know? And that was the point where I switched my stuff from random like variety streaming games, and then finally actually doing achievement hunting content. I made a promise to myself going back into achievement hunting that I wouldn't do games that I just don't want to play. It has to be something that I genuinely want to play, because this is what it is. It's a hobby, it's a passion, it's something that is supposed to be used for enjoyment. Hunting for easy numbers is not really for me. I like seeing these really cool completions that I can talk about in videos like this, or just in general, like a cool completion that I can remember going forward. Now, given all that I just said, we're about to talk about a game that I did not like at all. Microsoft Sudoku. It's because it was one of those games that I've been working on previous years. I really was working hard on this in 2021. Took me like an entire year to do. At first, this was just to play Sudoku and get better and understand how Sudoku works, right? This just became a very long grind. So there's achievements called go for the bronze, go for the silver, go for the gold. You have to win 12 bronze, 10 silver, and 8 gold for daily challenges. Every day you get like 3 games to play, and they're all different types. For 12 bronze daily, you have to do all 12 months. So regardless, play this an entire year. And then the same for silver, where you got to do 10 months and 8 gold. The gold, you have to play like 23 days to get all the golds. By the end of the grind, I was Sudoku'd out, to say the least. On the bright side, I could play on my phone and be all right. It wasn't all too bad. I just probably played this in the morning for like maybe 20-30 minutes a day. I started this January 13th, 2021, and I finished this July 16th, 2022. I was at least somewhat dedicated to getting this done and seeing it through. The next game is Rocket League, and this game is not really a game that I played for achievements. It's just a game that I genuinely enjoyed and really loved playing almost every single day for like 4 years of my life. I have about 500 hours played in Rocket League, so it's just natural that I would get the 100% just by playing. 12 minutes is an interesting concept, but sadly, the ending completely ruins this game. You're basically in a time loop. The characters have like a certain amount of minutes before the loop repeats itself. There's a killer that comes in, and you're supposed to figure out, why is this loop continuing to happen? I enjoyed the game, but the ending was like, oh, that's not a good ending at all. Like, that makes you like feel weird, really weird. Whatever you do, don't finish it. Night Call, you're a taxi driver investigating a like serial killer, and you're talking to these NPCs gathering information about the killer. I think this is a really cool game, but sadly this game had not only odd gamer score, was very buggy with its progress and achievements. I feel like they fixed it by now, but when it was on Game Pass, it was very buggy, and it was just not a game where you could really see much out of it. It very much bothered me that I was at odd gamer score. I have the game. I will probably come back to this eventually. I'm willing to give it another shot because it was an interesting game. I was vibing with it. It's just I did not like the glitchy achievements. Gears 5, I'm only going to talk about this briefly, but I was somewhat committed in trying to get this 100%, and then I realized that should not even be a goal. It should not be even possible for me to try to do this, because there's certain achievements that they added that makes the grind from like maybe a couple hundred hours to 2,000 hours, and that is just not worth my time. You have your seriously achievement in this, but they do something a little different with this game, and they do a seriously 5.0 chapter 1. That is beyond annoying, because chapter 2 makes this grind absolutely insane. You have to do 50 re-ups. So 50 re-ups is prestige. You gotta do the inconceivable campaign. That's not too bad compared to everything else. Mastering all hives in the horde maps, all classes at level 20, and that's not even all there is to this grind. That is doable. The hives were really tough. They're like escape room maps, and I didn't really like the gameplay loop of that. If that doesn't feel super bad to you, then they added multiplayer type achievements where you have to do several hundred hours of grinding. These achievements require you to get 50,000 assists in versus, deal 100 million damage in versus, kill 100,000 enemies in versus. I feel like that's not bad. That's like a seriously. So not only do you have to do the seriously stuff, you have to do like a seriously 3.0. I feel like that's not worth your time at all. Monopoly Plus, I love talking about Monopoly. I'm one of the people that you just don't want to play with when it comes to Monopoly, because I take it way too seriously. I do it for the love of the game, man, because Monopoly is so freaking good. But the achievements on this, you can basically have a guest account, you and the local player play together, and then you just do all the achievements. It's a pretty easy 100% to go for, as long as you just use that second player. Life is Strange True Colors is probably my favorite Life is Strange games, but even then, it's still not a good game. I don't like this franchise. I don't know why I keep playing these games, but I guess I gotta play them. Super Animal Royale. It's a free game, and I thought it was pretty fun. It's like just a a chill battle royale where you play as an animal. It's a like a top-down plane, so you can see like where things are coming from. You can see your other animals that you gotta fight. There's achievements like Workhouse for playing 100 games, 50 hamster ball kills. It's one of the vehicles that you can use. It's a pretty good movement thing, but it is hard to get kills, I will say. Pretty much everything else in this game, you don't even have to go out of your way to do. Maybe playing 100 games, that might be the biggest one, and then the hamster ball kills. But aside from those, it was a fun game for me. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. It was a fun game to play for the day, and none of the achievements are too hard. You just kind of play the game and do it at whatever 4 or 5 hours of a game. There is one achievement though, I think at the very end. Discover a like question mark boss at the very end of the game. Once you beat the whole thing, there's like a train, and it's like basically a roguelike-esque, where I'm sure they got inspiration from that into their next game. There's like a rare chance that this question mark boss will come and fight you, and if you defeat him, you get the achievement. That's like the only one that's even worth mentioning. I think I died once or twice to him, and it was kind of frustrating trying to get the chance of fighting him just to lose. But this was a fun game. I enjoyed it. It's supposed to be funny. Next up is Rare Replay. So back when I first made my YouTube channel, this was, I would say, the start of my YouTube era. My first ever achievement hunting video was an achievement log video, and I was watching it back earlier today, and I said something about I want to make more progress on this game, and looking at the video, I didn't make any goddamn progress on this game. Rare Replay though, it's a collection of 30 games, ranging from the games from the 1990s and then your classics like Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark, Conker's Bad Fur. There's a bunch of games in here that even if you don't like the retro Atari games, there's something that you probably like in here, right? But I plan on eventually going to this and making a massive YouTube video about this game. You know, like I said, I made an achievement hunting log video for my first video. I showed some stats, and I would like to share. This was August 22nd, 2022. My account had 187,857K. This was so cool to see, and I'm so glad that I capsulized it in a video form. I played 356 games, and I've only completed 130 at this time. And I had a completion percentage of about 49.1. Very abysmal, and a lot of that can be blamed on the fact that I was 9 years old when I started this account, right? Something that's kind of interesting is my TA ratio, which is the average difficulty and rarity of my achievements, is a 1.93. Pretty standard games. There wasn't a lot of shovelware in my games. There was a lot of tough games in here that I could say I'm proud of, but there was a lot of more easy, attainable games. Now, I can say that at 300K Gamerscore, I have played 432 games, and I have completed 213 games. I've played less than 100 games, but the games that I have played, I've cleaned up a lot of stuff in my backlog. The games that I've started, I've pretty much finished them. And that's a cool statistic to see. Not only that, my completion percentage went from a 49.1, under 50%, all the way up to 63.3%. And that's only getting higher because one of my goals after 300K is to clean up my backlog. I could see by the time I get to 400K, this could be 75 to 80%. And the biggest one of all, I have a true achievement ratio of 2.42. This means that I have a difficulty and rarity of my achievements at a 2.42. So I play mostly difficult games, and I don't play any really shovelware. This is nice comparison and to see how far I've come as an achievement hunter. It wasn't noticeable in 2022, but it's definitely noticeable now in 2026. Anyway, my achievement hunting videos started with Hades. Hades is a wonderful completion. It's like a 60 to 80 hour grind, and this game was coming off of Game Pass around the time that I started making videos. I didn't want to buy the game. I bought it on Steam before, and I've played this game a lot, and I wanted to properly 100% this game, which meant I have to really grind. I was very close to the expiration date. I finished this game August 31st, 2022. 2022. So I was very close for it to get off Game Pass, but I'm not to stop me. Most of the stuff, grind-wise, can be achieved before reaching the epilogue, but it's still a grindy game for the 100% because there are prophecies which you get from the other gods or characters that you find. There's one with Sisyphus that you have to do, and Sisyphus is a character that shows up in the first area of your run. These types of characters can be quite annoying to deal with because they are random chance on getting, and there's one in the third area that you have to do, so you have to play like 10 minutes to get to that point, see the guy, have a conversation with him, and then close out the run, talk to a guy at the House of Hades, and then repeat that motion for like 13 to 15 times. I feel like I probably beat the game faster than I should have. I was able to get this done relatively all at once. Even the Friends Forever maxing rank each standard keepsake, I only had one keepsake I had to max out because I was very diligent in doing that. I pretty much, once I picked up one, I very much focused on getting them maxed out because I knew of this achievement and I was prepared for that. So I pretty much did everything before I saw the epilogue, which was nice. The Artful Escape is a game about chasing your passions and your dreams, and I really resonated with the message of this game, and I quite enjoyed this 2 to 3 hour game. It's not a hard completion because most of the stuff that you do anyway is a part of the game. There's, I think, maybe 1 or 2 missables. It's a little weird game, but I enjoyed the weird. Lego Batman. Ooh. So coming back to this was a game that was on my profile for a very long time. This is probably the longest game that's been on my my backlog. I started this July 3rd, 2011, and I finished this September 8th, 2022. It's a Lego effect for me, the same as the complete saga. I didn't optimize the game properly. I didn't get all the red bricks. I got them pretty much last. Lego Batman has this thing where you have a hero and a villain side. So you have to experience not only the hero side, you have to experience the villain side, which that's like double the playtime of what you got to do. And Inner State is welcome for me. The game's grind is not too bad. It's just the game felt very long to me. A Plague Tale Innocence on both the Xbox and Windows 10. So these are 2 games that I did back to back because it was going off of Game Pass. Not only did I do it back to back, I was playing them at the same time. On this side of the screen, I had the Windows side, and then on this, I had my actual Xbox. I was following a text guide, following both of them. That I should not have done. I should not have done it like that at all. And I would highly advise not doing that. It's a pretty chill game. You just have to have enough resources to upgrade your character a certain amount of times for the weapon upgrades or pouch upgrades. If you have enough resources, just by being diligent in the areas and finding all the ingredients and stuff, you can get this 100% without even watching a guide. Cuphead. I love this game. This game is awesome. This was like the first game that I played for like really true difficulty of like bosses, and I realized playing this game, it kind of trained me for other games, and these are my style of games that I really do well at. You'll see as we get further in this achievement list video, but these are the types of games that I strive in. Cuphead is a boss rush type game with a little bit of platforming. For the main game, you have to get an A rank in all of the bosses, so different categories to get a grade at the end of a fight. It's based on your time, the amount of times you parried. If you parried 3, you're good, and the amount that you get hit. You don't have to do this all flawlessly, but you have to be pretty good at this game in order to get all the A ranks, because some of these bosses are super challenging. Like the Devil is super tough. King Dice is really hard because there's multiple bosses in between that. So once you make it to King Dice, and if you mess up, you're gonna have to redo that gauntlet to get to King Dice again. Oh, and then there's also also rolling sixes for defeating King Dice without taking a hit. So even then, not only do you have to get an A rank from King Dice, you have to do it pretty much flawless, which that can be really, really annoying. Luckily, his fight is also just not super bad, and I think you can get away with having several health upgrades to get by that achievement. Could be wrong about that. His moves are readable because getting to him just takes so much time. There's a platforming type section, like a run and gun level, and you have to get all the coins in that. There's also like a P rank where you have to basically do this level without killing anyone. And some of the ways that you can get around enemies is very creative, and I thought it was really fun and interesting way to challenge yourself. You not only have to beat this game on normal, you have to beat the game on expert, which expert just makes the bosses a little bit harder. I think some of the bosses have an extra phase or something special to them or the expert difficulty. I remember the devil taking me an extreme amount of time to do. The DLC, it's funny because the DLC took like 5 years for it to make, and you can just basically breeze through all of the DLC in like 3 to 4 hours. You can very much just breeze through it. So it's just funny how much like quality there is just for the game to be so quick. Terraria, I love Terraria. I mean, I enjoyed Minecraft for what it was, but Terraria has a special place in my heart. Now, Terraria Xbox One version compared to Steam's is just not comparable at all. The amount of stuff that you have to do in Steam is crazy. Terraria does have some unique achievements. For the Xbox One version, you essentially have to collect every piece of armor. It's not all armor, but it's like 95% of the armor you have to do, and you have to collect all the pets. I have 204 hours in this and I eventually completed it, but a lot of that is just me playing the game. And when I truly went for the achievements, my normal character, I was like, if I do it on this character, this would take me 300 hours. So let me do this game on journey mode, which journey mode is essentially like God mode almost. If you have like a certain amount of blocks or items, you can basically just summon that item for free. On top of being able to just spawn items out of the blue too, you could also literally change the time of day at any point. You could change the amount of mobs that are spawning. Overall, just make the experience way easier to 100% this game. This is like essentially like a victory lap almost before even getting the 100%. Terraria is one of my favorite games of all time, so like even if it didn't have a journey mode, it'd simply be something that I would just go for. My next game, Persona 5 Royale. Man, this game changed a lot about my perspective. There's a certain arc in the game that like really hits me. It made me think a lot differently. It's my first ever JRPG game, and it made me truly fall in love with JRPGs and turn-based combat. This game is just different. There's so many memorable moments in this game, and you really start to love these characters because it's such a long and drawn out game for good reason. It's on purpose to make you fall in love with these characters so that when these character moments happen, it makes you feel something. And the message that it usually has in these games are very, very good. Thankfully, Persona 5 Royale, you can essentially just not even worry about the achievements. You can just mostly play and have fun. All you have to really do is get the true ending. There's a few like minor achievements that take like maybe 5-10 minutes once you get to a certain point of the game. It's a relatively easy completion compared to the other Personas. After Persona 5 Royale, I was nearing 200k Gamerscore, so I wanted to hit the exact number, and I went for My Friend Peppa Pig. What a game. It was on Game Pass, so I was like, you know what, why not? There's not a lot to talk about with this game, obviously, because it's a children's game. You pretty much just follow the tasks that Peppa Pig wants you to do and get the achievements. It's nothing too crazy. You can do it in like an hour. Next up is Gunfire Reborn, where I have 3 achievements, where 3 Gamerscore. And the reason why I did this was to get back to even Gamerscore. Even though 5 is like an odd number, it just looks nicer. on your profile. Now, there's supposed to be something above Gunfire Reborn that isn't supposed to be Cellbreak. It was Minecraft Windows that I hit 200k for. Although it sucks that I wasn't able to hit exactly 200k and have them all together, because this game just constantly gets updates and will probably always get updates. I ended off 200k with the achievement called Passing the Time. This was the achievement that got me to 200k, which I thought was a very fitting name. Next up, we have Spell Break. This game was a dying game about to be deleted. This game was free, and it was a very grindy game because of that. Most of the achievements are pretty easily attained. All of these are pretty doable and could have been done in the first game. However, there are 2 achievements that took forever to unlock: Master of Magecraft and Eager Elementalist, which is to unlock 1 class afterglow for Eager Elementalist, and Master of Magecraft requires you to unlock 6 class afterglows. What 6 class afterglows is there was like classes that you could pick before the game starts. You could pick an ice or a fire, an acid, and that would be like your main class almost. But in the game, you could like switch off and do another spell, but that was like your class. The afterglow, which was essentially ranking up to rank 8, I believe. Getting to level 8 is a long time. It made the game not fun, but I had to do it because the servers were closing and I thought it'd be a cool game to talk about in the future, right? It took me 56 hours to complete this game, so I was on and off grinding this game, trying to get it done before the servers, and I got this done December 15th. 2022. Also, the game had bots in it. Most of the time I could stomp out the bots and get like 15-20 kills a game, which would be great for XP, and then there would be like the random 1 or 2 players that are actually playing the game and are really good at the game, and they would just freaking destroy you. The Pedestrian is up next, and this is a easy game because there was like some sort of cheat code you could do to get all the achievements, so I didn't even really get to play this game. I think it was going off of Game Pass or whatever, and I was like, I can do this. Dishonored Definitive Edition. This game was awesome. I didn't think I was a fan of stealth games. The only really stealth game that I've ever tried and loved was the Arkham games, of course, but I didn't particularly love that aspect of the game. Playing this game, it felt very awesome, and it felt super cool being an assassin and trying to stealth your way, trying to get undetected, because for the achievements, you have to do this undetected and you have to do accidental kills. Just like very creative ways to go about not killing people. There's a lot of points in the game where if you get caught, you just have to reload a save, and although that's a little annoying having to reload a save and constantly saving, reloading, saving, reloading, this is a very fun game. Unfortunately, the achievements were very buggy for me, and it kind of ruined my image of the game. One of the achievements especially was using a rat tunnel. That achievement just wouldn't pop no matter what I did, and I believe it was something that I did at the very beginning of my like cleanup file, where I like reloaded a save. Guess it detected it, something like going weird and funky, and finally it would just randomly pop. It soured my taste on the game, but this game is still awesome. I have to do the base game for 360 and the DLC for both of them. I will eventually clean this up. DC Universe Online for Xbox One is uncompleted, and it's because they do this thing where you have to max out your character. They're very active in giving like bonuses, and these bonuses can get you all the way from level 0 to level 30, maxing out your character. I just haven't been very aware about when they're doing this. Assume that TA would like update being like, oh, this holiday box is coming out for Valentine's Day or something like that, but they don't do that anymore, which is really unfortunate. Though my first actual difficult achievement was a achievement very well known in the achievement hunting community called Hard to the Core. This was insanely hard for me. For Hard to the Core is a permadeath with the caveat of you having only 3 saves. This was very challenging for me because I guess I didn't understand the mechanics of Dead Space. I didn't know you had to shoot the limbs of these necromorphs. I guess I missed the memo or something. I was just shooting at the head and not doing anything to these guys, when really fighting the limbs is way better. I have an entire video highlighting my experience if you want to watch that. Plasma cutter was my goat, and I didn't use any other weapon. The final like 4 chapters, I had my final save on like chapter chapter 12. I had to play chapters 13 to 15. The run back, the few times that I did die was like, oh, it kept getting me like more angry or like more determined to get through it. And you get a foam finger for doing hard to the core as well, which the foam finger is like an instant kill on everything, which very nice reward for all the suffering you did. You do a hard achievement and then almost never play the game again with that finger. Star Wars Jedi The Fallen Order. It's basically a Metroidvania-esque game with some Souls-like elements, but it's a very watered down Souls-like, so it's not as hard as those games. In fact, the hardest boss in the game is a frog named Ogdo Bogdo, and it's like in the first like hour of the game. Certain areas are super annoying to get through because you have to 100% each explored area and find all the chests and the scans. I didn't know about the scans. I made it all the way to the end, thought I had 100%, when really I had to go back to every single area again to rescan them, and that was such a hard realization to make, having redo everything that I was doing. The big issue with this game is the exploration. Reading the map can be sometimes really confusing, especially in certain areas. Garden Story. I was hoping that this game would be more like a Turnip Boy evades taxes, and didn't really get that from this game. It was almost like more of a Stardew-esque, but not really as good. You have your little towns. In those towns, you have like favors. You're essentially doing those favors, which is just basically collectathon. A lot of the achievements are defeating 50 enemies and upgrading your jar, which jar is your potion, and upgrading your tools and all that. Defeating the 50 enemies is like the most grindy part of the game, but for the rest of it, it's just doing the missions. Battle Block Theater. Going back to this game, there's a few achievements that are kind of annoying. I'm going to be honest. To 100% this game, you have to get a letter grade in every level in Insane, or in Solo Story, and Co-op. So what Insane is if you die in a level, it resets you all the way back to the beginning of that level. This was kind of annoying playing at Co-op because I didn't have anyone to actually play Co-op with, so I had to do this one with a second guest controller. It's actually insane how much you can do completely by yourself. There's only truly one section in the whole game where I needed to get my sister to help me out. The level was essentially like you had to do like a bunch of like stair movements. I was holding the hold ladder button with 1 and 2 controllers, and then having the lasers go in and out, having to readjust the characters as it's going was a lot. It was the only level that I actually asked for help. This game also looks like it has 2 discontinued achievements now. You can't get them, but I was still able to get the 100% because I played a lot of Battle Block Theater when I was younger. Another achievement is Freedom Hero for freeing all the prisoners. So in the gift shop, you have different shapes to buy, and if you buy all the shapes, you get an achievement. This is a little grindy because they extend the price of these shapes eventually. It's a lot of grinding, but by the time I did Insane Co-op Story Mode, Insane Solo, had more than enough gems to get the 100%. Apex Legends. I didn't like it nearly as much as Fortnite, but is a way easier completion compared to Fortnite, because for Apex Legends, all you had to do is win with 8 different heroes. The only other ones that are of note is reaching player level 50 and like clipping a legendary helmet and body armor at the same time. By the time you get to level 50, you should have that achievement. I feel like it's only natural. Signalis. I tried another horror game after Dead Space 2. This is like more of a Resident Evil top-down type game, and I did not like Signalis at all. Thankfully, I had an out with like console commands. I did give it a shot. I gave it like an hour or two before I was like, yeah, let me just cheat and get all the other achievements. Fall Guys. So Fall Guys is a game that I just did naturally on Steam, and then when I sunk up the game with my account, most of the achievements did unlock. Now, there were 3 achievements that did not unlock, however. They were Fall Guy Fashionista, Big T's, and Infallible for winning 5 episodes in a row, which is the hardest achievement in the entire game. The Big T's achievement was a little annoying because I already done that before, and the people that were playing around that time in 2022 were a lot better than when I first started. That was a little annoying having to do that again, knowing I've already done it. And Infallible for winning 5 episodes in a row would make it a like 10 out of 10 difficulty if you're talking about just the normal game of trying to get the crown. Let's go, give me that crown. I hope whoever remembers that, that's a throwback. Thankfully, there were extra game modes that they added in the game to make it a little bit easier. There was an Assassin's Creed mode. It was just the one game mode. And if you won that 5 times in a row, you would get the achievement. It made it so much easier for me to do, and I was glad that I had an out. And then Fall Guy Fashionista for unlocking 50 cosmetic items. That's just playing the game and getting the purple currency that you have in this game. Thankfully, playing this game before it was free, you got a lot of purple items and currency, so I could just buy those currencies with all I had. It took a little bit of grinding. I think it took like a month or 2 of grinding, buying the cheapest items, and then logging off for the day. But eventually I did complete this game on June 21st, 2023. My first ever Call of Duty completion was Modern Warfare Remastered. This was a fun challenge overall because I'm just not very good at first-person shooters with like difficulty specific stuff, and having to do a veteran campaign, there were some challenging levels for sure. It was challenging but also doable at the same time. It felt fair, and then there were other points where it just did not feel fair because there was so much grenade spam. For the most part, it's not bad except for one specific achievement, Mile High Club. This achievement destroyed the amount of deaths it took me. I feel like I ended the veteran campaign with like 200, 300 deaths. And then I did Mile High Club. I think I got to 500 deaths by the end of it. And then when I did it, there was like, before you get like the little postcard thing, I didn't get the achievement right after completing the level like you usually do. And I got confused. So instead of just waiting for the achievement to pop, I hit that. Because I did that, it took me off of the level select screen and I could not finish out Mile High Club because I was technically still in the level. I didn't get to see the postcard. It was just a fully black screen. That just meant I had to do Mile High Club again. I don't know why I was struggling so hard, but like I just couldn't get the rhythm down on how to defeat these enemies and whatnot. I was not able to beat Mile High Club a second time around. I think the final death count was in the 900s before I finally was like, let me do the exploit where you get the achievement for beating the level. And I felt bad about doing it, but I did do it legit the first time, and I just didn't get the achievement because I wasn't patient enough to wait for that portrait to show up. Sour way to go out for the 100%. And even then, I wasn't even done because there were certain achievements that were just glitching on me and they just would not pop or progress anymore. Eyes and ears, weapon master, dogs. I hate dogs. I had to fully delete my save and replay the levels to get progress. And now, thankfully, the finding 30 enemy intel one, I didn't have to replay the entire game again. So I had like 29 out of 30. The first intel I grabbed popped. And then same for the weapon stuff. Red Dead Redemption 2, I was a very big fan of this game. After finishing the game, I was very passionate about this. I was like, yeah, let me get this 100%. And then I realized that it was 200 hours. I didn't get like the achievements really far, but I think my save profile for Red Dead Redemption 2 was like 97, 98%. Honestly, that's probably not even that much of the grind. I feel like I probably had 100 plus hours to go. Maybe I'll come back to this and clean it up. It's so close. It's not close. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. You know, I hear so many people raving about how good it is and it's an amazing platformer, here, there. I really did not like this game at all. This game was so freaking frustrating. I would say I'm not good at platformers, which is surprising, like seeing the game above it, but this game really tested me in terms of the platforming genre. It just felt like kind of like a Celeste situation where I was just dying to like some bullshit, and anyone would hit you, you would get stunned, and the way you get stunned is like the knight moves a certain direction and you could just fall down a hole, and that was super annoying to deal with and not fun. I have 1,050 out of 2,490. I will eventually go back to this one, but I was so tired of this game that I just did not want to see this because there's so many achievements where you gotta do stupid stuff. Checkpoint lists, destroying every possible checkpoint in the game. So you have to do these levels flawlessly, and if you die in the level, you start all the way from the very beginning. Luckily, you can stack it up with the impossible, finishing the game without dying, and hopefully you get that. Pretty much much there's a lot of achievements that stack up with each other. So like you can do perfect platforming for finishing the game without falling into a bottomless pit. If you know you're not going to fall into a pit, you know you're not going to die for the most part. There's another achievement where you have to beat the game within an hour and 30 minutes. And that achievement is absolutely insane and tilted the fuck out of me trying to get this done. I would get to the very final level and then I would just struggle because the final level is brutal. There's like a little final boss gauntlet and you fight every single boss you fought up to that point. Then you have to fight the final boss too, which I think is like the level after maybe. Happening to do this, I died so many times. I did not really like the game all too much. There's DLCs and the gamer score and the true achievement score is absolutely insane that I just cannot pass it up, and I need to go back and do it eventually. Speaking of another platformer, we have Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. Now, this game was covered in glitchy achievements and just stuff that just would not pop. I don't know what is up with me and glitchy achievements, but if there's a glitchy achievement, it's apparently going to find me. The big one, Immortal and Unhinged, completed the game on 1 life difficulty. The problem with this game in terms of the difficulty is that enemies aren't too bad, but the platforming sections are pretty much all one-hit kills. For instance, fall into a spike. You may be able to get out of that situation, but in most cases, you're kind of screwed. There's a laser section in the 3rd area of the game that will instantly kill you. You're dead. There's burning water in the 4th area of the game. Found that out the hard way. Didn't know it was burning water. That's my bad. And then the full final area is an entire volcano, and you have to do like a gauntlet of 9 different rooms, and all of these are different ability usage, and you have to be quite exact. And if you mess up just a slight mistake, that's an entire restart. Super frustrating achievement when everything is out to get you and all the freaking obstacles are one shots. This is a really hard game and 100%, and I'm super glad to have it as someone who is not very good at platforming. I say I'm not good at platforming, but I have games like Cuphead, and as you guys will see, I have Hollow Knight completed as well. So like, I am decent at these platforming games. It's just I don't like the full platforming part of the game. It's really weird. A short hike is the name of the game. It's a short hike. And this was a really fun completion. It's about like 3 to 4 hours. There's a bunch of things you can collect on your way to the mountain. Some of them could be kind of annoying to find, like the golden feathers were a little annoying and you had to do some fishing. Aside from that, this is an amazing game. Persona 4 Golden was the next Atlas game for me to try, and like Persona 5 Royale, I thought this game was peak. But it's definitely my least favorite Persona game out of the 3 I've played, because it felt like there were some areas of the game where there was lots of filler. This game's achievement list is a bit different from Persona 5 Royale. Plus, I also messed up, so it took me way longer than Persona 5 Royale. My one playthrough of Persona 5 was 105 hours. Persona 4 Golden 100% was 180 hours. And I played this game 3 to 4 times. The reason why is because I just made really bad mistakes in this game because I wasn't aware of certain achievements, and then I messed it up on the second playthrough. So I had to do a 3rd playthrough. I'm the type of person to have one true save and that's it. And I unfortunately needed to back up some saves and go back a little bit, but I didn't because I was too confident. The achievement that I did mess up on was Legend of Inaba for maxing out all the social links in the game, and to get the final ending was a little confusing and I didn't quite understand that, and I messed that up as well. That could also be why I think this one is my least favorite of the Persona games. Next up, Hollow Knight Void Heart Edition. It's definitely in my top 10 games of all time. The Xbox version compared to the PlayStation version has a way more difficulty than what they had to do, because we had to 100% Steel Soul and they did not. So you guys got lucky this time, and I think you guys got luckier in Silksong as well. Basically, there was speedrunning the game, getting 100% in under 30 hours, 100% of course, Steel Heart 100%. The big one that would prevent a lot of people from 100% this game is an achievement called Embrace the Void. Before you can even begin this achievement, you have to go through 4 pantheons, and then once you complete all 4 of those pantheons, get the final pantheon of Hollowness, and that is every single boss in the game, and you have to defeat them all in a row back to back without dying. I would say 95% of these bosses aren't tough. In fact, I would say you would probably get to the final 5 fights in the game, and all of those fights are back to back to back, and they're the hardest. So you're basically spending maybe 25-30 minutes to get to those points, and then you have to really be confident in your ability to avoid their attacks and maneuvers. There's a great place in that Pantheon area where you can practice. You can practice the boss as many times as you want, as long as you have fought that boss a single time. Now, there are unique bosses in the Pantheon of Hollowness, which is very unfortunate. You may die on those bosses, and then you would have to practice and give it another go. This is my type of game. I really strive in these games, surprisingly. The boss gauntlet stuff really does it for me. I love the Cuphead, so this really was up my wheelhouse. And I did this completion in 66 hours, and even then it was still a lot because the 100% just demands so much of you, especially having to do 3 playthroughs, one of them being a entire permadeath 100%. I really love this completion, but man, was it a long one. And people would argue that this is perhaps one of the hardest 100% to get, and while I do agree it is a tough 100%, it's not the most difficult for me because I really didn't struggle as much as others would, but it is definitely one of the toughest completions that I probably have on my list. Little Nightmares also has a permadeath, and funny enough, Dead Space 2 and Little Nightmares both share an achievement called Hard to the Core, and they are both permadeath. Little Nightmares ask of you to get under an hour and to do it without dying. Some of the areas in the game are really funky. There's an area in chapter 4 specifically where there are big fat guys eating at the table, and you have to climb a chair and get up on that table, and then you have to maneuver around the fat guys to get past them. You can just instantly get grabbed even when you're not even close to them, and I died maybe 3 or 4 times trying to do that, and that was really annoying. Funny enough, I would not say that this is harder than Hollow Knight by any means, but I certainly died more times in Little Nightmares than I did for Hollow Knight's Pantheon achievement, which is a crazy thing for me to say, and it was just because of these jank moments. It was basically just a run back to chapter 4, and then once I got past chapter 4, that was basically the end of Hard to the Core. The rest of the completion though is not too bad. You just have to collect some little gnome, and then the DLC, you have to do some DLC achievements. I was really about challenging games at this point. I haven't touched Little Nightmares 2, and I will not be touching Little Nightmares 3 because Little Nightmares 3 is apparently really dog shit. Speaking of dog shit, Mortal Kombat 1. I'm a big fan of Mortal Kombat, so for me to say that this game is bad, it says a lot. I just don't know what about it is. Like, the multiplayer felt flat to me. There was no character that was really fun to use, and then there was the use of cameo that you can like summon a secondary character, and some of the cameos are like really broken, and then others are just not usable. So you had a specific meta, and almost everyone used that meta because people try hard in fighting games and they want to win. When you all have the meta and you're trying to have fun, and the meta is the same thing over and over again, it's just like, what's the point of playing the game, man? The biggest thing about Mortal Kombat 1 for most of its achievements is tied to a game mode called Invasions, which is basically like a board game-esque where you play as a character and you up their stat, you traverse these levels, and it's just not a very good game mode compared to other things like the Crypt in previous Mortal Kombat. I don't know, I feel like everything that they did in this game just was not the right move. Maybe I'm the odd one out, but I just did not like this one compared to Mortal Kombat 11 and 10 and even 9. 9 was great. Most of the achievements are tied to Invasion, and even then there was a achievement that was blocked from the 100%, and it took months for this achievement to be available, and it randomly just was like, oh, it's working now. I think the achievement was the Mighty Have Fallen for completing a Titan battle. This is actually one of the easiest Mortal Kombats to grind, but it's also the worst. So you get some benefits and you get some negatives. Lies of P is my first ever Souls-like I've 100%ed. I loved everything about this game. I was anticipating this game to come out, and when it finally did, I knew it was going to be good. It did not disappoint. It was awesome. Lies of P is a standard like Souls-like type of game for achievements because it's all about collecting all the weapons and all the collectibles that you can do. Like there's discs that you can find. That's the bulk of the achievements. And there's also some character related achievements where you have to tell them a truth or lie, and you have to do a specific like conversation. And if you don't do that specific conversation, you may have to do another playthrough. I had to do 3 playthroughs because I didn't know about, I did know about quad saves, but I didn't want to do it. So I played through the game 3 separate times trying to get this 100% because some of the character conversations just were like I was locked out and it was missable, so I got screwed. And then there's also some endings to go for as well. Lies of P is awesome. You will not see a Dark Souls Sekiro for me on this 300k library video. Unfortunately, they were just the games that I missed, but definitely didn't miss this banger. Among Us was a very weird grind for me to do because I had to basically have a Steam account, a mobile account, and I had to use my Xbox. So I was basically playing this game with like 5 other like screens, so having to navigate them, it was a little annoying, I can't lie. It's a pretty simple grind to get through. It's just getting a total amount of kills, doing certain tasks, and it's annoying. It's a tedious grind, but it's not all that bad. Then they also added like a hide and seek mode, so you also had to grind that out too. You know, if you have phone, a computer, and your Xbox, you can basically do this. I also think I played on my Xbox PC app too. I had 5 screens up. I had one on this, I had one on this, one on my phone, and then I think I had another one on the right side of my screen. Like I was just head to toe covered in Among Us screens. Mirror's Edge Catalyst, I only have 6 achievements in, but the achievements that I have are all like multiplayer based, and the servers were going offline for those specific achievements, so I decided to attain them so I can get the series completion whenever I decide to do that. Persona 5 Tactica continues off of Persona 5 story. I don't know if it's in between like a certain point or if it's after. I actually was pleasantly surprised with the game. I thought the story was also pretty fun. It very much was just a good time overall, which was very surprising to me going into this game. I thought it was going to be pretty bad. Tactica's grind is a little bit more worse than all the other ones because a lot of the grinding is for money, which you don't really have to do that in the other ones as much as you do in this game. I completely forgot to mention that about the Persona Compendium, which is a very important thing in these Persona games. But for Persona 4 Golden, Persona 3 Reload, and Tactica, you have to fill every entry in the Persona Compendium, which is like the monsters that you find throughout the game, and you have to basically use everything together. So find one character that, and then another, and then this fuses into a Jack Frost, for instance. Basically have to do that for every single thing and figure it out. In the other games, 3 Reload and 4 Golden, you have to max out the social link, and once you get them to max out, you get a legacy persona. That's the tip top of a certain arcana. I really like this system, honestly, but in terms of all the Persona compendiums that you have to fill to completion, this one is by far the grindiest, just because of the amount of money you have to do. You have to get to level 99. So this is a lot of XP grinding and doing the same level as many times as possible. There's not enough levels to get to level 99, so you do have to probably do like 20 hours of grinding. It makes me wonder how much I would like Final Fantasy Tactics. I've heard amazing things about that, so if you played it, please let me know if I should give it a shot. I really enjoyed the RTS style, which I did not think I would going into this, but I was pleasantly surprised. Skate 3 is a completion that I thought I would just never have. And I'm so surprised to say I got it. I got the 100%. This was an amazing time. So looking at my profile, I unlocked 7 achievements on December 5th, 2023. And these are all like online challenges, like ranked online solo, ranked online team, winning any 5 ranked challenges. And then the big one, play in a 6-player team free skate session and then be a part of a team with 2 or more skaters. These were all at the time, I believe, unattainable to earn for the longest time. I think it went on for years that you could not attain this. And then all of a sudden, they just magically appeared and you could do them. It was kind of a mad dash because you didn't know if they would like become discontinued again. The sessions were filled with people trying to get these achievements. And because of that, the servers were a little buggy trying to get the play in 6-player team free skate session. It took like an entire hour for that 6-player team free skate session to happen. Trying to get 6 players into a session was so difficult. Just the fact that it took so many tries to get everyone aboard into the session was crazy how much it had to do. Outside of those achievements, this is also just a relatively tough completion too, because there's certain things that you have to do, like mass murder for killing 80 challenges. And Hall of Meat, for instance, is like I don't even know how to describe it, but you basically propel your body from like a high place and you try to score as many points as possible by like doing like flips in the air and all that. It's a really cool mode. And then there will be like certain challenges where if you kill it, like say 80,000 is a kill, you would have to get 80,000 in that challenge. And that's basically that. And luckily that doesn't mean every challenge because there's DLC. So there's some leeway with those challenges. And then dedicated is for beating everything in the game. That can be quite a grind when you're trying to kill all 80 challenges and whatnot. This is just a tough grind, but it makes up for it because this was such a fun game to play. I loved Skate 3. I have so many good memories of this game, and I'm super glad that I was able to get the 100% for this game. Super Meat Boy. As you know, I love The Binding of Isaac, and I love Super Meat Boy as well. It's a platformer, but I just love Edmund McMillan's games. He's one of those devs that I just follow, like whatever game he does, and I'm really enthralled at what he just makes. We unfortunately got unlucky with Hollow Knight, but we did get lucky in that the 360 version of Super Meat Boy, you don't even have to get every A+ rank to get 106% of the game. Not 106%, 100% for I'm a Golden God. So overall, this is not a bad completion at all compared to what the Platinum people have to do with everything permadeath and all that. You only have to do one specific permadeath, not even specific. You can choose what you want to do. And of course, I wasn't making a video out of this, so I went for, the easiest level possible. Now, I will say unlocking the kid was a very challenging thing to do. I think it took me like 2 to 3 hours, and I was stuck on the one level for so freaking long. It wasn't even the 3rd level. I got through that one pretty quick. It was just that 2nd level, just trying to get past those spikes and then dodge the jump up above them. Oh man, that was so tough. Super Meat Boy is a fun game, and I cannot wait for Mugenics to come out like next month. I'm so excited for that. The Escapist 1 and 2, I actually have them both side by side. I'm actually surprised about that. These are very grindy games, and they take quite a bit just because of the amount of stuff that you have to do. Favor Fave, completing 100 favors. I think I had like 30 favors by the end of the game because you don't really have to do them. And then there's things like Master Craftsman for crafting every item in the game. So by the time I was done with the game, I had to like look at a guide and see all I had to craft, and I had to go through all of them again because I didn't know what I really missed, which was not fun having to do that. Although grindy for Escapist 1, this was overall not too bad. For the Escapist achievement, you have to successfully escape from all 6 prisons. Some of the ways that you can get out are pretty unique. The final map is you're on an island, so the only way you can possibly escape is by building yourself a boat. Now, Escapist 2 is a little bit of a different case. It's still the same amount of grind, but there are some other weird things about this game that makes it not as easy as the first one, because there are co-op escapes that you have to do. And I believe I'm looking at these achievements just to get an idea of what I had to do for the co-op. And looking at it, I don't know if I had to do any of the co-op unique escapes. It just says that I had to do 7 unique escapes across the classic prisons for I've Got a Cunning Plan. I think I just made it harder for myself looking at the achievements. The DLCs have unique multiplayer escapes though, but aside from that, it doesn't look like I had to do that. Unlike the Escapist 1, Escapist 2 has some issues with like saving. You can just get caught. You can't back out and go back to the next day. I think you're stuck. These are fun games. Escapist 2 was not nearly as good as the first one, but hey, it's fine. They were 2 good games. Power Wash Simulator at 1,000 out of 2,080. I have the base game done, but none of the DLCs, because all of those DLCs are like collabs and all of them cost additional money that I just don't want to scoff over for this game. I enjoyed Power Wash Simulator for what it was for about like 3 levels, and then I realized that, ooh, I don't like this game. The quitting part is supposed to be relaxing, but when I am playing not because I enjoy it, it just stressed me out, and I did not like this style of game for me. Each map has like a specific achievement to go for, and then for certain things they make it kind of annoying because you have to complete like an ancient monument using only the white nozzle, which I believe the white nozzle is not nearly as good as the other ones. Resident Evil 2 is the first and only Resident Evil game I'll talk about on this list. This was awesome. I really loved playing RE2 and experiencing why people love these games, but I do not enjoy having to play a game so many times, like 5-7 times just to get through it. It's not for me. I also think Resident Evil 2 has a very fun achievement list to go for. They make you go out of your way to do certain stuff. For instance, Frugalist is completing the game without using a recovery item, which it sounds insanely hard, but when you get through it, you're like, oh, that wasn't too bad. Minimalist for clearing the game without opening the item box. Things like that to make the game a little bit more challenging, but also fun at the same time. My first playthrough was without the item box. I enjoyed this game for what it was. I just didn't enjoy having to play the game so many times because you have to do a standard difficulty, there's a hardcore, and you have to get an S rank on either standard or hardcore with Leon, and then you have to do the same with Claire. And that's the part of the game where I'm like, oh, I don't want to do these playthroughs. Having a speedrun achievement, because for these S ranks, you have to get it in a certain amount of time, a little bit amount of deaths. That was the big thing that was like, I don't like having to like do the certain actions, getting to a certain time and doing these like perfected. I just don't enjoy the speedrun achievements. They just stress me out, and I tend to spend a lot more time on these speedrun achievements. I struggled on Leon's hardcore because I did a hardcore run to make Claire's easier, and I struggled. There's also certain achievements that were added after the fact. You have to do Fourth Survivor. Fourth Survivor was really weird. Basically going through the entire map to get this random soldier who's a legend, I guess. I think his name is Hunk, and if you get him, you get the Grim Reaper achievement. It's fun, but then they put like the Mr. X guy at the very end, and he freaking just beats you up. I didn't know he was gonna be there, man. How was I supposed to know? Oh wait, never mind. There's one more Resident Evil game, but it's not a actual good one. Peggle is a classic. I don't know if anyone else remembers this, but I love looking back every couple years at this specific video of Rooster Teeth. It's always a favorite of mine. It's Jeff and Gavin going for the achievement Doctor of the Peggle Arts, which is clearing all pegs and bricks in every level in quick play or adventure mode. I love seeing that video every couple years, being like, oh man, that's such a good video, man. I was trying to go for this achievement, and it's just so tough. I understand what the trouble that they went through for this achievement. It's a really hard achievement trying to get every peg and brick, because most of them are RNG dependent, and you just have to be really skilled at knowing when to shoot and hopefully getting like a bunch of free balls to hit every single peg. I think I got to like Worlds 5 and then was like, yeah, this is really difficult. I'll come back another time, but right now is not that time. time. Everything else outside of that achievement is pretty easy and simple. I am missing a 4-player peg party, winning that one over 100,000. So if anyone wants to help me, please shoot me a message. I would be down for some free Gamerscore dopamine. Rogue Company was a very interesting grind because this is the first time that I've ever actually used people that watch my content just to hunt a multiplayer grind. I would describe them as good friends, so shout out to Jeremy and Clank for coming along and helping me out with this grind. Rogue Company was a fun grind to do for the first couple games. Trying to get the all in the family for playing 25 hours in a party where you actually do have to generally play with people is a tad annoying, and sucks that we had to play a guaranteed 25 hours for this completion. It was a little annoying, but we got it done. Minesweeper, apparently I did not learn my lesson from Sudoku. I did not understand how long this would actually take me. This game did not take me a year, however, because I used my computer that I did not have when I did Sudoku. So I did the Windows version, and then I would just change my date to a certain month, and I would then do them all. So I started this March 22nd, 2024, and I finished this May 7th, 2024. Although it was really glitchy to figure out because I think I had to keep going back and forth. Outside of the daily challenges for winning 8 gold, 12 bronze, and 10 silver, the biggest hurdle in getting this 100% was reaching the exit on level 20 in adventure mode. Adventure mode wasn't in Sudoku at all. There's a game mode. Play as a miner and you try to avoid mines in the mine. You have to reach level 20. This is the hardest achievement in the game by far. It took me a lot of attempts because getting to level 19, you just are bound to make mistakes because the mines are set up in such a way that you can't get past them without getting hit. That part was a little challenging, but eventually I got past level 20. I think it took me 5 or 6 attempts. You know, it's Minesweeper, so you're thinking at all times, this plot of land could be a mine or this could be safe. Getting to level 20 takes just a long time. So the few times that I made it to level 19 and died, I was tilted. Can't lie. I will never do one of these grinds again where I have to play 8 gold, 12 bronze, and 10 silver for the dailies. I will not do that again. Gears of War 2. Sadly, I cannot ever complete this game because there's an unattainable achievement, which is a very easy achievement for just taking a picture. Even though I have definitely done it on other accounts, I just didn't do it on this one. I never would have thought that a picture achievement would make it so that this game is completely unattainable to me. You may be wondering why I'm even talking about this game, because I don't have it completed. It's so high up here on my list because I was helping my friend Morgan, who is also a content creator, Morgan's Basement, great friend of mine. He was really close to his completion for Gears of War 2, so I went ahead and was like, hey, I would help you, I'm down. And we grinded all the horde map stuff, which some levels you had to get to wave 10 and then others you had to get to wave 50, which is kind of annoying, but eventually we did get all of the horde map stuff done for him, and then he got the 100%. So I can live through him and say I have 100% of Gears of War 2. So even though I don't have it in spirit, I do have the 100%. You're welcome. X-Defiant, my beloved, and Multiverse is right above it. That's crazy. X-Defiant was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this one. It just reminded me old COD days of just stomping an entire lobby. Not a lot of skill-based matchmaking. I don't think there was any, to be honest. It didn't feel like it, at least. Just play a lobby, you freaking just pub stop, get 40 to 50 kills a game, and then just have a blast. I didn't really play this game for the achievements, but I definitely went for the achievements at a certain point just to stop playing. Multiverses, on the other hand, was a game that I didn't think I would have on my Xbox. There was a time where I was a variety gamer and streamer, and I thought Multiverses was gonna be the next big game. So I was like, bro, I'm going all in on this game. I spent $100 for the founders pack, and then a few months later they freaking took off Multiverses, whatever the fuck excuse they made, and I was like, oh, I spent $100 $100 on this game. I thought this was going to be the next big thing. I had the 100% on Steam before the first shutdown. Sadly, I couldn't actually play a game on my Xbox because I had a really old Xbox at the time and it could just not handle multiverses. Sometimes in the middle of a match, it would just kick me out and crash my Xbox. It was only until I got the Xbox Series S to where I could actually play these multiplayer games, which is really funny. It wasn't as good as the first revamp. Like, still, let me get this completion. Let me make sure I can get this because I know I can do it. It's not bad. There was an achievement called Party Animal for playing 500 matches in a party. Was a break the targets. Like if you ever played Smash Bros. Melee, we just played that level 500 times, I believe, and until we got the achievement. We did a bunch of practice matches for other stuff like winning 300 match-made games, getting 100 ring outs using your spike, and 200 ring outs with a projectile. You just play with bots and we got all the achievements. I would hate to say it, Multiverses died twice and I'm the dumbass who paid $100 for a dead game that didn't even last a whole year. It didn't last a whole year on both times it got revived. Escape Academy. I really enjoy this game. I love escape rooms and all that. The achievements weren't too bad. The base game was like maybe an hour or so. They added DLC. The DLC pack Tournament of Puzzles. You're versusing another player. You have to do a bunch of certain things. You have to play 50 total matches, winning 10 matches of scavenger hunt, winning 10 matches of escape race. These are all different style of games to do. Having this versus mode where all the puzzles are pretty much the same and you have to solve it. It was a little annoying, but I enjoyed this game. I wish there was more games like it. Total reliable delivery service. This game is absolutely dog shit, man. I fucking hated this. There is no value out of playing this game. Just don't even bother playing it. It's a like physics-based game and the physics are just terrible compared to other physics-based games like Human Fall Flat and Party Animals, for instance. There's a lot of different achievements like completing 100 different deliveries. That's the big achievement. That takes forever. There's not a whole lot to really talk about here because you're doing deliveries and the game is so jank and terrible that it's just really hard to control, and your frustration is because you're doing something and the game is doing something entirely different. Valorant is an interesting one. If it wasn't for Morgan, I don't know if I would be able to get this 100% because there's certain achievements with like defusing the bomb at the right time. So he was basically telling me when to exactly defuse it because he just knows and played so much of Valorant. And even still, like a lot of these achievements for Valorant are just super grinding. Take control using 4,000 abilities. You want to play? Let's play. For using 300 ultimates and doing 500k damage. These are super annoying. Even doing them in the gun game mode or whatever, I don't even know what it's called anymore. You get like 200 a game if you're just spamming one of the characters. They have like a trap. I don't remember what their name is, but they have a trap. You can place it, you can pick it up, and then you repeat that the entire gun game. Next up, we have Stumble Guys. This game is something else. I feel like most of the Stumble Guys lobbies are filled with bots. For most of the achievements, they're pretty simple, but you have to unlock certain items and grab unique animations, get certain emotes and skins. A lot of this is just trying to get currency in the game to open these packs. I think it's packs or buy stuff from the item shop, right? I think I just straight up bought the microtransactions to get it done just to get more currency. I don't know if I did or if it was a Game Pass perk. It actually took me way longer than the average. Average is 15 hours, 15 to 21 hours, and I completed it in 32 hours. So maybe I didn't buy the currency, but eventually the Game Pass just gave me some currency to work with. I have completed both Call of Duty Modern Warfares. It's insane how much storage these games do to your system. The campaign compared to the OG Modern Warfare was ridiculously easy. The achievements are so easy that like there's not even any point in talking about it. The only one that's even worthy of mentioning is the special operations where you have to do all like special ops missions. It's ridiculously tough and it relies on your online teammate. And if you don't have a good online teammate and crew to get this done, it's just very unlikely for you to get this done. Someone set up a Call of Duty session. We joined this when there was like 5-7 people and we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna get this done. I think everyone left and then it was just me, Clank, and then another guy, and we were like, well, I guess we got to do this, and we did it. It took me years for this achievement to even get the opportunity to finish this out. Almost 5 years of waiting for this achievement. If it weren't for Lego Batman, Counter-Strike Global Offensive would be my longest completion. I started this January 2015 and I finished this August 2024. I have been working on this game for so long. This is such a ridiculous grind. I don't know what Valve was thinking with these achievements. It was so dumb. It's actually been so long with this achievement list that I unlocked almost all of these achievements in 2015. I don't remember any of those because it's been so long that I just don't remember. I will talk about the last 2 achievements I unlocked: God of War and King of the Hill. For God of War, you have to play the arms race game mode and basically slay out, complete the game, and have 27 kills at the end of the game. So you have to do that basically up until you get 10k enemies. After you get 10k, you have to do 5,000 matches of arm race. But thankfully, if you do an arms race game, it counts as 2 instead of 1. It's only 2,500 matches. Thank God, or I would still be playing this game to this day. This took hundreds of hours, hundreds of AFKing just to get this King of the Kill achievement. And I'm happy that I got this 100%, but like it was probably not worth the effort of trying to get this. Should just left it in the backlog and never thought about it again. So Battlefield 3, I was roped into this one. Yoma was doing a video for Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4, and he wanted some people to grind with. Morgan asked me to do it with him, and then we got Clank and Jeremy to help. The group of us working together to get this completion. I'd never played a Battlefield game before, so it wasn't too terrible. We did all the online achievements. We basically had like a lobby set up, and it was a lot of lining up together, having the guy like headshot you, and then we'll like swap players every now and again to get that done. Most of that grinding was pretty efficient, and I think it only took us like 3 sessions to get that like full grinding done. The tough parts about this game is like the co-op missions. There's achievements like Bullseye for saving the hostages while alerting any enemies and dropping like liquid. That's insanely hard, and you have to be basically on point with your shooting, and sometimes the people can just spot you even if they didn't see you. By far the toughest achievement in the game. The hardest difficulty for the solo campaign wasn't even all that bad either. You die a few times here and there, but like you're not going to be stuck on a specific area for too long. Funny enough, with Forza Horizon 4, I was not planning on cleaning this up. This was a game that was on my backlog for so long, and then I heard that the servers for Forza Horizon 4 for certain achievements was going to be unavailable. I think Encore, complete all activities in a single festival playlist series, that was getting shut down. I was one of the last people to be able to unlock this achievement. The day that I decided to complete this game was the final day that I could possibly get the 100% for this game. So it was a very last minute decision, but I am so glad I played this because Forza Horizon 4 was so addicting to play through. Completing all activities in a single festival playlist, every week for that festival playlist, you get like a set of challenges to do. Those challenges, because I guess I didn't understand the first week, it took me like 2 to 3 hours. And then as the weeks progressed and as I got used to the game, it took me a lot less. I didn't even find anything super challenging about this game either. It's just a long grind to do. Once I started this, I had maybe like 2 hours played minimum before I started the grind. But once I started, it went from 2 hours to 113 hours, just like that. And I actually really want to try Forza Horizon 5 once I know that there's a full game completed for me to go for. Metaball is a Rocket League knockoff, except for that you're playing with humans and they have like a weird mechanic. It's a hoverboard, and your human character, you can spin the ball around. It's a really odd game. For what it's worth, it wasn't all too bad. There's scoring holics for scoring 102 pointers and scoring 10 times with the golden ball. The golden ball is an overtime thing, so you have to basically wait out the timer, hold the ball, and hope that you can score during over time. It can be kind of annoying dealing with that one especially, but some of these achievements you have to have like a consistent method, and sometimes the method will work and other times it wouldn't. The 100 3-pointers is like your far distance on your net. Basically, you do like a jump and then you have enough momentum if you like spin the ball around you and then throw it mid arc, and if you have a good enough arc you can get a 3-pointer. Basically the consistent method for getting the 3-pointer. Outside of that, good luck. Next up, we have a Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. I was in my pursuit of some challenging achievements, and Mein Leben was up for the taking. I feel like everyone knows about Mein Leben, but in case you don't, Mein Leben is a brutal permadeath mode where you have to play through all of the game, 3 to 4 hour game. It has unskippable cutscenes. It has so much going not in your favor. You get hit once or twice and then you're dead. This is just a brutal first person shooter game. Mein Leben is the bulk of my time. I have 103 hours played, and I would say probably 95 hours of that is just Mein Leben grinding and learning strategies and being super unsuccessful at the game, being really bad at first person shooters. This was the game that challenged me probably the most, just because I'm not good at shooters. I'm not good at being patient. The combination of the two just made for a miserable gaming experience. It's a lot of just practicing. You don't practice, you're gonna have a bad time. I didn't practice at first, and then once I got like probably like 12 deaths deep and like 8 of those deaths were all at the first level, I knew I probably just needed to practice and get good. Once you practice, the game becomes obsolete and not as difficult. On top of that, the DLCs as well all have Mein Leben related achievements. Now, they're not as difficult as the main one because all you have to do is play the final level of the DLC in Mein Leben. Love that. That second Mein Leben DLC where you're playing as the stealth lady, that is so fucking dog shit. It's not even the level, it's just that you're playing as a stealth person, so if you mess up the stealth encounter, you're basically dead and you have to restart. I think that stealth lady DLC for Mein Leben took me as many tries as I did for the main Mein Leben. Persona 3 Reload. It is another peak. I think out of all the Persona games, this might be my favorite in terms of the overall story. One thing it is lacking though is the gameplay, because out of all the games, it's the oldest, being revamped, so there's some gameplay problems with it still, but the reloaded version makes it a lot more fun. You still have the same thing with Persona 3 Reload as you do with 4, where you have to max out the social links, and for maxing out the social links, it's very tight deadline for this game. You don't have a lot of wiggle room at all. Because I didn't look at a guide the first playthrough, I messed up and had to redo the social links again. So after my second playthrough, my total play time was 152 hours. These games are long and they just stack up in playtime if you have to do multiple playthroughs. If there's anything you get out of this video, play the Persona games. They are amazing. Speaking of amazing, we have Who's Your Daddy? Game of the Year. Game of the Year every year. This game is really weird because you're playing as a baby and you're trying... I don't know how this game is actually on Xbox now that I'm like thinking about it. If you're playing as the baby, you're trying to end yourself. And then if you are the parent, you would be trying to protect the baby from certain death. This is like a pretty simple grind, to be honest. Singularity, I have all of the multiplayer achievements for. I don't have any of the single player. We had set up an entire group to get this done. We were determined. We had a group of 6 to get through, and this was every Sunday we would just play a few hours of Singularity, and this was ass. It seems like an interesting type of game, but then you get to the real grind. Preacher Hater, Extermination Master, Extermination Addict, and CVS Master. These are the big grinds of the multiplayer gaming experience. You have to play 100 matches of Extermination, which 100 matches of Extermination, you have to renew beacons to win the game as the creature. Finishes the game, luckily. Not only that, to win 25 public matches of creatures versus soldiers, that is playing the entire game out. The time limit needs to go all the way down to 0. This is literally just sitting and AFKing, and then every now and again wiggling the stick, be like, oh, you're no longer AFK, you're good. That is what essentially this grind turns into. We did this every Sunday from August 18th, 2024 to August 20, 2024. We were in hell playing this game. I'm so glad that it's not 100 public matches, because that would have been all the way to 2025 easily. Sunset Overdrive has so many collectibles you have to get. Let me find some that I can just straight up just riff off of. Destroying 25 Fizco blimps. That's like one of the lowest amount of collectibles that you gotta do. Defacing 40 billboards. 250 fashion items. Not bad, not bad. Nothing too crazy, just 250 items. No big deal. 40 smartphones. Eavesdropping or 9 conversations. 150 overcharge. Fizzy balloons, shoes. Those are all separate collectibles that you have to hunt. 150 scraps of toilet paper. Don't forget about that. That's important. This game is fine. Like, it's a fun game, but I think it's not as good as people say it is. Like, it's a fun game for sure, but I like good stories, and I would just not really gelling with the story. It's just, you're here for the fucking great gameplay that it has, like the on the rail, like skating on the grind rails. A lot of the big trouble is doing the Chaos Squad, which is the multiplayer mode. Right here, Robot Factory with at least 2,300 chaos. Essentially what that means is that you are doing challenges and you're trying to get to a chaos rating. If you can beat that level or that challenge, you get that chaos, and usually if you pick the harder one, you get a little bit more chaos. This is kind of RNG based with some of the DLC achievements. I think that was the one I was looking at. That's 2,300. That's the RNG base. Yeah, chaos in the Robot Factory is the tough one. You could do the max amount of chaos. You could do them all and still not have enough. If you're not able to do the chaos game mode, you just lose the chaos, and then you have to restart because you're not going to have enough. You have to beat all the maps to guarantee get yourself to 2,300. That's the roughest part, is just having a squad that can communicate and work together, making sure that your guys' weapons are amped up. You guys all have them at level 5 after doing some grinding. I was the weakling of the squad. I had like all level 1 stuff, and even then I was still able to do it. So it is possible, but you should probably have someone that has grinded the game quite a bit. Metaphor Refantasio. Peak. So this one is a lot more gameplay focused, and that takes up a large portion of the grind, surprisingly. It's not so much more of the social links. The graphics look fucking terrible in this game, though, I will admit. This looks like a PS2, PS3 type of game in certain spots. I cannot believe what I was looking at sometimes with the renders. I'm like, what the hell? I learned from my mistakes, and I've decided to follow a guide for this one. But I think this game is very lenient on your social links and doing everything. I believe you can just do everything without even looking at a guide and be pretty good. Reading the guide, I ended off having like 25 to 30 days left. I just slept through those 25, 30 days because I had done every single thing I could do. I've seen all the aspects of the game. Then there's also Archetype Hero for mastering all archetypes. So instead of personas in this game, you have archetypes, which are basically classes that you can assign your characters. I thought it was pretty cool. You could have a class really grind it up to level 20, and then that could help another future class to get you a better, really strong class. For the Archetype Hero, you do need to master all of them with the protagonist. That's basically at the very end of the game, there's one monster that gives you a ton of XP. You spam fight that guy for forever. The only downside to this game is that even with following a guide all the way through, you still, no matter what, have to do a second playthrough, at least a playthrough and a half. For closing the book is a new game plus achievement. That boss is very challenging, so you kind of have to get like halfway through the game to be strong enough to even possibly take it on, because the combat in this game is fucking hard. Not even talking about the achievement stuff. Before the final 15 to 20 days that I had of doing nothing, a couple days before that, a bunch of dungeon crawling, like doing the final hard dungeons, and there's a boss in some of these dungeons. I spent like an entire entire day on one of the bosses, and I was like, I did not understand how you could beat him. I had to look up like builds and all that, and I was like, with what I currently had, I was not able to do it. I was like level 80. None of the main bosses are as hard as those side bosses. Roller Drum 2022, apparently. That's a different name than what I remember playing. Roller Drum is a game about you playing as a skater, and she does sick tricks. You can do like front flips, back flips. It's a pretty cool game. I really enjoyed it. The cool thing about Roller Drum is that you can make the game easier for yourself by having infinite health, infinite slow time, and everything to make the game easier for you. It's accessible to you, which is very nice, because I think without it, this game, it would be incredibly challenging. The main achievement to really look out for is just completing 100% of the challenges in the Out for Blood campaign. The main achievements that are tough is Glutton for Punishment and Completionist for completing 100% of the challenges in the main campaign, and in Out for Blood is just harder challenges off of the main story. For Out for Blood campaign, there's 3 types of challenges. It's related to the single combo, time, and score. You can play through the levels twice. I basically did single combo and time and score for pretty much all of them. Time is not an issue at all. Like, you won't have any problem with that. The grenade launcher just carries, and just using the slow time and then laser rifle people and like be fine. And then for score is like getting a 20 multiplier, getting gold coins and kill adds to the multiplier. So as long as you use your slow time, you can be good. They might be like a little bit challenging to get the score, but there's a little trick that I use. You can like kind of flip like movement before you hit the ground, and with your grenade launcher, just keep shooting at the ground. It will keep giving you score because you're doing a flip, so it will add to the score. And if you can keep grenade spamming and do the flip, you can get like a multiplier of like 2 million, and then that demolishes like the score. It just takes a little bit of practice, but pretty easy trick to nail down once you figure it out. Sonic 06, man, we got a lot to talk about with this game. I saw Sonic 3 movie was coming out, and I was interested in trying a Sonic game. And my first Sonic game ever, like fully 100%, was one of the worst games ever known to man. One of the buggiest. Overall, though, it's not really so much that it's buggy. It is buggy and jank and all that. The main issue with the game is that it's boring. Most of the levels are very barren. They don't have a lot going on, and it's the same gameplay loop almost the whole time. Once I got to the end of the story, I kind of came out of it being like, it was an okay experience. The game is incredibly bad, but if you take it as it's a funny game and that the jank happens for a reason and all that, you can treat it and have a good time with it. But the 100%, hell no, that is brutal. That is miserable. So the completion is pretty standard. Like, this was around the time when achievements weren't like all that unique. So a lot of this is just completing like Sonic's level, Shadow's level, Silver's level. Then you have your town, there's town missions, and they're like just random shit. For all of these levels, you have to get an S rank on the town levels. Sonic's is pretty standard stuff. It's nothing too crazy. I would even say Shadows is not that bad either, but Silver's town levels is insanely hard compared to all the other ones, because with Silver, he picks up boxes like telekinesis, and he picks them up, he throws them around and all that, and that's how he deals damage. Actually fighting is like, there's a little bit of a back and forth, but not really, because it's just like you're spamming them with boxes. So you have like 20 boxes surrounded you, and then you just spam one button and throw 20 boxes, and sometimes your boxes will hit the box that you threw previously, so then you don't do any damage to the enemy. Trying to get S ranks with Silver's town missions is just brutal, because not only do you have to be fast, you also have to be very good with controlling the telekinesis and where the enemies are going to spawn on certain levels. I know there was a hangar level that I really struggled on. I think that was like 10 minutes of the video was that Silver Town mission. That might be like one of the worst spots of the game for me, was the Silver Town mission. missions. In the video, there's just so much content that are all the same thing. I feel like I kind of just glazed over Silver's stuff when really he was kind of just the big one that made this game so brutal. So once you do all the town missions, you get 3 achievements for doing all of the characters' missions and whatnot. Then you have to do all of the levels. That doesn't sound too bad. There are also collectibles. There's silver medals, and then there's also gold medals. You can gather all of the silver medals, no problem. But the gold medals revealed something to me that doubled my playtime. To unlock all the gold medals, you also have to get S rank on every stage or in hard mode. You have to do every level again and then get a higher score than what you did on the last level. That ruined me once I found that out. That doubled the length I had to play because I then had to do 3 whole characters once again, and the levels weren't even different, and the scores weren't hard to achieve either, so it just felt like I was wasting my time. Thankfully, Sonic's is pretty easy because he has the gems, so like you can kind of cheese it. There's one of the gems slow down time, so you can just hold that and be good. There's also a gem that makes you like really small. It gives you infinite jumping, and you can skip most of Sonic's levels, which is nice. But Shadows, there was one level. It's the castle map. I don't know what was happening with me, but I could not do that level. I think in the video I died like 4 times at the very end of that level because of some stupid ass jank ring thing where you can hit X on a starting ring, take you to the end of the trail. For that specific part of the level, the end of the ring trail is like a broken piece off the bridge, and that's just enough distance for you to fall down. If you die at any point on these levels, you have to start all the way over because your score resets all the way to 0 because they fucked up the score in this game somehow. Doing all of that, I finished the game and I was glad to be done. I'm actually invested enough to try another Sonic game. I think the next one I would want to do is Sonic Unleashed. That would be next one. I would go from the worst to the hardest. Bloons Tower Defense 5. The 100% is not terrible, but it's just incredibly long. It's a long grind that you have to get through. I got through most of it and then I just stopped. Some achievements started glitching on me, and that was like, that's the point of the game where I'm just done, because if I get to the end of a 100-hour grind and you don't give me an achievement, I don't know what I would do, man. I would freaking cry. I have Octopath Traveler 2 and 1 completed. I really like these games because it's very much a brain off game. It is turn-based, but a lot of it is just like, it's just mindless grinding, and I really enjoyed it, especially Octopath Traveler 1. My cat was not healthy, and he passed around the time I was playing it, so this was a game where I actually truly needed it. With Octopath Traveler 2, I made the guide for the final secret boss, like a step-to-step how to do this, and it seems to really be popular with the people that play this game, because I have like 50 likes. I've never made an achievement guide before that, and I found it really fun to make achievement guide. The game is great. Honestly, I loved Octopath Traveler 1 way more. In terms of the 100%, Octopath Traveler 1 is way harder. You have to open every single chest, collect every single weapon, and even like research every single enemy's weakness. This game just becomes a spreadsheet simulator because you have a like really in-depth spreadsheet about every character's weakness, all the chests in certain areas and whatnot. There are missable stuff in this game too. You have to start with a certain character and keep playing with that character for like 90% of the game. And if you don't, you're not going to get the 100%. This is all about weaknesses, and some enemies are extremely rare to get, so you're essentially just farming and hoping that you get. You can definitely easily miss something in this, but as long as you're somewhat careful and double, triple checking that you got everything in an area, you can be good. Just follow the spreadsheet and everything will be all right. There's achievements for speedrunning the game. I fucking hate that. And the achievement Lone Traveler is for doing a character's missions by yourself, and I thought this was really interesting achievement. You use Tressa and you just freaking wreck house with Tressa. I found that really fun doing Lone Traveler. The speedrun achievement part of it, I didn't really enjoy that part. And of course, why not, they added a play more than 100 hours achievement. So regardless, you have to play at least 100 hours. I played 111 hours. I really want to play Octopath Traveler 0, which is like more like a town builder. It still has the turn-based aspect. I've heard really good things about it. The only downside about Octopath Traveler is that although the individual stories are good, the main story is not overall that good. Death's Door, I did this both Windows and Xbox version for that crisp double stack. This game has a fun achievement where you have to play only with an umbrella for your main weapon. Adds quite a bit of challenge to the game because the other weapons you can basically just breeze through the game, but with the umbrella you're like halving your damage from the start. It makes the game way better in my opinion. The plus side with it is that you can still use magic items, so the magic items are the carry. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot to talk about. You follow some guides. Overall, not too bad. 9 souls. I love this game, man. Unfortunately though, I may be too good. My main struggle was figuring out that this game is just not Hollow Knight, and once I figured out that it's a different combat system, I really thrived. First boss was quite challenging. The second boss to the 8th I pretty much did in like a couple tries, and then the final boss, brought the difficulty spike back. It was like a 3 to 4 hour session where I was just going back and forth between getting my ass whooped to getting close and then finally being able to do it. It was an awesome time. I really loved that final fight. Probably one of my favorite final fights I've ever done. For Rainbow Six Vegas 2, my good friend Mint Muffled wanted to do the terrorist hunt missions on realistic difficulty. He brought along sandwiches and Morgan's Basement. I was like, one of the first achievements that we did going into 2025, this was our next big grind. We haven't done one since Singularity. It was our Sunday grind for a little bit. We brought along Jeremy and Clank. This game is a lot better than Singularity, in my opinion. Now, you're still doing a bunch of grinding in this game because you have to kill 100 enemies with the light machine gun, assault rifle, submachine gun, shotgun, and you have to get 1,000 kills total with at least 6 players present, so that's why we had 6. I had a lot of fun with Rainbow Vegas 2. Doing the story mode on realistic was a lot of fun. They have this system where you could command your troops to do certain things, and I found that really cool that you could just command them to go in that cover or go into that room and actually take out everyone in there. Now we have the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition games. These are basically the same achievement list. I started off by quitting up the multiplayer so I don't have to worry about that. Anything that required another person, we basically did just to clean up and just to know that whenever I want to do the single player stuff, I can for the 360 version. The nice thing about the multiplayer, that if you have all of the multiplayer related achievements that require people, you can get the level 50 achievement by just playing a private match and picking up luggage crates or whatever to a certain goal. Not a lot of games do that where you can play a multiplayer game and get XP for playing solo, so I really like that Tomb Raider did this. The story mode is not all that interesting in the achievements. The only one that is semi-missable is that you have to talk to every single NPC. They'll pop up like with like little dialogue and you have to talk to them, and there's only like one real missable one, and I think people don't think it counts and some people think it does. You should just do it anyway. He's like at the very beginning of the game and he's very easy to miss, to be honest. High Five Rush may be one of the most difficult 100% I've gone for. The matching of the rhythm was super hard to get used to for me. I was also playing on a harder difficulty, which speeds up the tempo and makes it super hard to actually hit your beats. So maybe I should have played an easier difficulty before I just stumbled right into hard. This game was amazing. I love this game. So most of the achievements are standard stuff, of course, but there's an interesting achievement in What a Journey It Was. Complete the Wall of Fame in the Hideout. This achievement is a giant checklist of stuff that you have to do. Essentially what this is, there's like 200, 300 challenges that you have to do. A lot of it is defeat a boss without getting hit, beat 500 enemies, tasks like that. You have to get 60 S ranks, which means that you have to get S ranks on every single difficulty. Luckily, there's a special attack called Habitual Hibiki, and using Hibiki basically makes it a free S rank as long as you're hacking some things at the very beginning. Hibiki is so freaking good. Then you have a rhythm tower. So essentially, this is kind of like a Pantheon-esque situation where you have to get through 60 floors. Thankfully, it's not all bosses. It's mostly enemies. This is, in my opinion, the hardest achievement in the game. Not only that, you have to get to the rhythm tower not once, but twice. And you have to get an S rank in the rhythm tower. Very challenging. My big issue in this, which is surprisingly usually a strength in my game, is that I'm really good at fighting the bosses. And in this one, I am not good at fighting the bosses. The final fight in the game was so freaking difficult the first go around. I spent hours fighting that guy, bro. The main thing is going to be all the tasks trying to get the Wall of Fame, which is the 60 S ranks. That's going to be a lot of your time because you have to play 12 levels on 5 different difficulties. One of the difficulties, if you get a C or lower, you instantly die. That's the rough part, is the grind. People talk about the DLCs being like extremely tough. The hardest achievement that people say it's the hardest achievement for my first try. Hi-Fi Rush took me 91 hours to beat, and most of that was just hunting S ranks in all the difficulties. Modern Warfare 2. I did the Spec Ops with Clank rather recently, and there were some levels that were tricky once you got to the later levels, and when they started just adding so many jugs. The final level was tricky too because there was like a hostage situation. So if one of you guys mess up the hostage situation, you restart the whole level, and it's at the very end. I think we messed up like 2 or 3 times, but aside from that, we didn't struggle too much. We got through it pretty quick. I just have to do the veteran campaign, which I have yet to do. This next game, bro, it should not even came out, bro. I don't even know. The concept is cool, but I don't think it's executed very well. You have 2 players you control, and then you can divide your attention into each of your characters. So you can put them at like point A, one of your other guys at point B, and you can flip between them. The game came out February 25th, 2025, and then a week or 2 later, there was news about the game shutting down. Like, I don't know why they brought it to Xbox at all. The achievements in this game are also just fucking annoying to get. You have your normal stuff like classic, ace, that's simple. Jeremy and Clank wrote me into this one. I'm usually the one that ropes them into shitty grinds. I wish I just didn't listen to them. When they announced the servers discontinuing, they had a system in place called like a crew system. After a couple ranked games, you get put into a random crew. In that crew, you can accrue points. For the first star achievement, you have to be the #1 ranked person in that crew. Pretty much, you had to keep playing to get to the top of the leaderboard. It wasn't based on how well you did in the game. It was based on like a certain amount of points. So like say if you won, that would be an extra point. Playing with friends was way better. So it was not even worth our time to play this game solo. This was a full-on multiplayer grind. That achievement wasn't so bad because I think we all got that on our first try. We were very adamant about doing it. We spent the whole weekend playing this game, and this game really brought the worst out of me. I felt like an entirely different person. I felt so worse after playing this game. And then you had achievements like moving up, like you're part of a crew that is promoted. The crew system didn't work. The crew start luckily did. So the workaround was to look up someone's account that apparently had it, and it would just pop for you. Okay, like whatever, bro. And then the final achievement that was so ass is Three's Company. Win a match as a team composed of 3 crew members. Now, that doesn't sound too bad because it sounds like you can just play with your friends and then you would just have that achievement, right? Well, the game shut it down after like a week and a half, so they couldn't set up that crew system to where you could join your friend's crew. You actually couldn't play with your friends to unlock this achievement. You had to message randoms. And by the time the game was shutting down, the first week was the most active a person would be in a crew, right? After the second or third week, no one was playing the fucking game, so you had to message people that wasn't playing the game, and then you had to be like, hey bro, what's up, man? You want to play some Spectre Divide? No, don't want to play Spectre Divide. The game's ass. That was a shit show to try to get through. Eventually they did fix the crew promotion stuff, and you could join other crews that are more active. My crew was very inactive. Clank got really lucky with his session, so he was good to go. Jeremy the week after got his achievement. I think Jeremy and me got it on the same day. Yes, we got it on the same day, March 18th. And then I spent the better part of the evening messaging people and figuring out if people were down. Thank God someone else was also an achievement hunter and was really wanting this achievement. Shout out to you, Dean. I really appreciate you for that. He messaged a random on our crew, and they like happily obliged to help us out, and they were really cool. We even lost the game and had to redo it, but eventually we did get the win and we got the Threes Company achievement. I freaking hate Shroud because of this game. I'll never support him. Evil Within. Bro, this game is ass. I'm sorry, but this game is just not that good. The only reason why I played this game was for the you asked for it, for finishing the game or Akuma mode. What that means is if you get hit once, you reload to checkpoint. That was the most interesting part to me. I did not like the story. Was not really interested in any of the characters or anything like that. I just really wanted the Akumu achievement. I was still in my difficult hunting achievement phase. I still kind of am, but I think I've died down on that. I think Akumu brings the best out of this game because it makes you use all the tools available to you. You use all your resources, all your crossbow ammo and all that. You get to really feel and understand the game. Whereas I think in the other modes, you just don't really get to experience much. And I also believe the game gets ruined because if you're going for achievements, one of the achievements, it is what it is, finish the game without upgrading any skills with green gel. You're playing as the most baseless version of Sebastian. He has no stamina. He's a freaking smoker, so he only can last like 2 seconds. Been there, brother. He doesn't have any good abilities. His health is bad and everything. For your first playthrough, I feel like it really hurts the overall experience of the game just because of this achievement. I think this achievement is worse than the Akumu achievement. At least the Akumu mode is fun and you can upgrade your shit. DLCs were also just not fun and interesting. Just overall not a good game. 2025 must have been the year where I just started playing shit games, man. I don't know what I was on. I played Minecraft Legends. Surprisingly, this game has a TA score of 15,000, which is insane to look at. We did the multiplayer stuff in like 5-10 minutes. For the campaign, we had to do it in legendary difficulty for legendary hero achievement. This was incredibly tough until you realize that you can kind of abuse the redstone cannon, and if you have a bunch of upgrades around the redstone cannon, you can essentially just use that as an infinite range weapon, just blast away at the piglin bases. Once we figured out that strategy, the game became easy, but it took a while for us to even figure that out. Call of Duty. So Call of Duty has this main hub now, which I don't really like, where they have you do MW2, MW3, Black Ops 6, and Black Ops 7. I did Black Ops 6. Black Ops has a special place in my heart, and I wanted to try it. I enjoyed it. I think Call of Duty is just over. I don't really know if I enjoy the multiplayer stuff anymore, even though I'm looking at Marvel Rivals, and I realized that I had a great time playing Marvel Rivals with friends. Black Ops 6 has your standard stuff with doing the veteran campaign, and then the main achievement that is so grindy is a zombies achievement called Cyberize for researching all augments for 10 items in zombies. A massive grind that you're doing, and you're playing so much zombies. You're in endless mode, getting to wave 15, and it's just like, I'm bored after an hour and I don't want to play anymore, but I have to keep playing for these augments and get them all to rank 10. It's an 80 to 100 hour completion. I have 80 hours in that game easily, and it's just because of that achievement. All the other ones are not so bad. I enjoyed the multiplayer. Multiplayer was fun. You had to get diamond camo. I don't even know if I'm gonna do MW2, MW3. I feel like I just don't really want to. I don't have the drive to play Call of Duty anymore. Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals has a bunch of interesting achievements where they're all character related, so you have to do a specific thing. The only one that provided much challenge were 2 achievements. Those tiny claws for Squirrel Girl, and Rage Uncaged for Wolverine. Squirrel Girl was challenging was because the achievement was basically unattainable. It was a lot easier once they made a fix, so that one was negated. But then Wolverine's one, you have to use his ultimate. His ultimate is just really bad. Basically brings up the characters in the air. He also goes in the air, and then he dives down, and he usually brings the people with him, but it does so little damage that it's just like you have to basically have all of these enemies super weak to even land the KOs, right? I remember helping Snam do this for his video, and bro, he was on Wolverine for so freaking long. Outside of that achievement, they don't really have any other challenging achievement. Maybe some of the characters that require you to get aces with them. Marvel Rivals was a fun grind. I really enjoyed that. Grounded. I got very fortunate and was given a entire save that had all of the achievements. So shout out to Scholar for the grounded help. I really appreciate it. Resident Evil Reverse is my other Resident Evil 100%. This is a very simple multiplayer grind where you just have to get a certain amount of wins with certain characters and whatnot. It was like a 3 to 4 hour session. The servers were dying, as all multiplayer live service games seem to do. Persona 3 Portable. This is dog, unfortunately. The problem with Persona 3 Portable is that, for one, I know how the game goes, so like the suspense and all that is gone for me. I don't have nostalgia for this game, so this is a worse quality game overall too. And Persona 3 Portable was a PSP game. It did not apparently have the hardware to be a normal Persona style game where you can walk around and all that. The only time you can walk around is in the dungeon crawling area of the game. Instead of being able to walk around, it's a point and click. Even when like you're having like these meaningful conversations, that the entire game is a visual novel. You have their character model on the left, and that character model will essentially be what will tell the story, and then the background like stays the same. The character model stays the same besides like an expression change and all that. Not only do you have to beat the game once, you also have to beat the game twice, because you have to beat the game with a new protagonist. This is an exclusive character to Persona 3 Portable. Ultimate Chicken Horse is an amazing party game, and you should play this if you want to play with your friends. The completion time is 8 to 10 hours, and I was able to do it in 5 hours. So like, it's no challenge at all. Tunic, man, I am so proud of how that video turned out. It was such a fun completion. I loved solving the little puzzles that the game offered. I love looking inside the manual page and finding like a secret that like you may not have noticed at first, but then once you notice it, it's like clear as day, a secret, and you're like, huh, okay, so let me go to this area and let's figure this out. And then once you figure this out, a whole web of strings get like connected. These are my favorite types of game to play. I love playing these. It was such a amazing time. This is about to be a spoiler, so I'm about to give you like 5 to 10 seconds to click at the timestamp that I have on the video. Whenever I have it, you should click at that timestamp if you do not want to get spoiled on the final game puzzle. If you do not care about being spoiled, the final translation puzzle, oh my god, that puzzle is the greatest puzzle I've ever solved. Now, be it, I've only solved maybe like 3 puzzles in my entire life. So the language is in the game manual is like undecipherable, right? Until you realize you get a manual page where it will give you a translation key, and it gives you all of the hieroglyphics. Uncovering the language was such a fun discovery. I was flipping the manual pages for hours, looking at what could be this, what could work, and then how to properly figure things out. Making that all into a video, the last like 30 minutes of the video is the translation puzzle. Dude, it's such a fun puzzle. It literally made the entire experience for me. When I talk about how much I love Tunic, 80% of that reason is because of that final puzzle, because it just was so freaking fun. Human Fall Flat. Oh man, this game is the bane of my existence. Once you think this game doesn't come out with an update, they surprise you with like a 2 map packs, and it's like, man, W for the devs for bringing out free updates every couple months, but also L for the devs for bringing out maps every couple months, because holy, they just bring out levels on levels, and it's like, you got a second game you announced and you're still adding stuff to this game, man. Just bring it over to the second game, man. We don't need that in this one. You can just keep it in there. Human Fall Flat is just crazy in TA score. It's 21,000. There's only one game that surpasses it, and if they add another level in Human Fall fall flat, this will be my highest TA game. And it won't even be like close, which is insane to think about, that this game, which I don't think is really that hard as my #1 game, just crazy to think about. Every time they add a new map, I watch Achievement Land and they go through the entire map step by step on what to do, what achievement to go for and whatnot. And it makes the experience a lot better. Expedition 33, what a game, man. Big turn-based guy. I'm a big parry guy. You mix the two together and then you just have a game of the year. Going for the achievements. The achievements add so much lore to the game. If you really love the game, you would just do these achievements naturally. Side content really adds a lot. I'm not going to talk anything else about this game. Just know that it's peak and you should play it for those who come after. Left 4 Dead. You know, I would have thought I would have enjoyed this game a little bit more. Coming from someone that only played Left 4 Dead 2, I don't have nostalgia for this game. It just really doesn't feel as fun to play. As long as you have a few people to set up guest accounts, you can basically get all the achievements for free, minus one achievement, Zombie Genocidus, which is killing 53,595 infected. That essentially is sitting at the safe room, rubber banding your shove button and then holding that for like 10+ hours at least. You gotta hope that a boomer can walk up to you and will like shoot you a boomer bile so you can get a horde to show up. Pretty consistent for getting kills. Everything else is pretty easy. Even the achievement, what are you trying to prove, surviving all campaigns or expert, can be easily cheesed, because if you have another player, you guys play through the campaign start to finish from easy, you make it all the way to the final episode, you have your second player leave, and then at the very end you change the campaign to expert, you invite your friend, the second player joins, and then you guys win, and then it will pop for the second player but will not pop the first, so you have to do that twice for both people. It's an easy exploit and it makes the 100% way easier. Costume Quest was my Halloween game. I only played one horror game and it was Costume Quest, if you can call Costume Quest a horror game. Fortunately, Costume Quest doesn't have a candy corn achievement, so you don't have to do that. I think like Costume Quest 2, you have to collect battle stamps. That's just basically RNG grinding, buying stuff from the shop. Not too bad overall, but this game's cool. I really enjoyed it. Not as good as Costume Quest 2, but still enjoyable nonetheless. Journey to the Savage Planet. This game is weird because I think the only reason why I enjoyed this game as much as I did was because of the co-op. You have to play this game a minimum of 2 times. There's a permadeath mode. You have a few lives to work with here. And not only do you have to do it in solo, you have to do it in co-op. So regardless, you have to play the game at least 2 times. We played the game 3 times because we wanted to get a feel for the game without being tied to a permadeath. You have to do a bunch of scannables or enemies. There's also certain achievements in this game that cannot be unlocked from the second player perspective. I come in peace, swapping every alien creature at least once. You cannot do that achievement in co-op if you're the second player, which is really unfortunate. We did it in 18 hours. Average completion time is 28 hours. So we did it in more than enough time. We actually flew by this game. There's also another version, Journey to the Savage Planet, Employee of the Month. We haven't actually started this. We probably will eventually because, I mean, it was a fun co-op experience. Kind of an easy double stack. It's almost free. So now we got to back it up a little bit. We got to go to unpacking. Unpacking was the start of me doing a difficulty gauntlet. I started with unpacking being a 1 out of 10 game according to PSN profiles. This game was cute. I really liked the relaxing vibe it had and the pixel art style. I was getting a little tired of the game by the end of it, but I think the game is short enough for you to not care about that. It's like a 2 to 3 hour game. Like once you get tired of the gameplay, it's pretty much over. Oh, I guess I can also talk about Dead Cells too. I beat the final boss a few times, and then I've tried some side area content. There was a bank area and there was an achievement for maxing out the debt. Once you max out the debt and leave the bank, you get 100 curse, and I tried that so many times to get past 100 curse. Sometimes I would get past the area and make it pretty far, but I couldn't ever get rid of that 100 purse because there would be a boss waiting for me no matter what. I was not good enough to beat that boss hit list. I don't know what it is. I was super close one time, but then he just freaking rocked me. He has like a red stink aura, and he got me like every single time. Eventually, I did get it. I got the 100 purse lifted before fighting the boss, which was very good. The game's pretty good, but it feels kind of easy to me. I'm not really struggling at all. I need to add some boss cells to the game. I just haven't yet. Slime Rancher is interesting because I did this on my second account and then I cleaned it up on my main. Slime Rancher is a addicting farming management game where you cozy up the slimes, and there's a bunch of miscellaneous achievements, but none of them are ridiculously too hard to figure out. I will admit there is an achievement. So pro style, you got to complete the Slimepedia. So completing the Slimepedia is basically doing everything in the game, collecting every item, all the slimes and whatnot. The big one that you have to do is essentially trying to get the gilded ginger, and it's sick. It's sick. You can tell I'm getting tired because it's 2 in the morning. It's a rare thing in the final area of the game called the Glass Desert, and only like 2 or 3 gilded gingers can spawn in a day. So you have to make a mad dash to like a bunch of areas to hopefully find it. A way you can detect it is like a glistening sound. In my recording, I just completely missed one, and it resulted in me having to grind for like maybe another 2 to 3 hours. There's another one called Rush Port Master for reaching at least 75k new bucks in rush mode. I unlocked this February 25th, 2018. The rush mode that you may know in 2026, and I guess wherever current day you're in, it will be entirely different from what I experienced in 2018. It didn't feel like a rush mode. You could like take your time almost, and there was not any challenge to this at all. I did this first try. I think I did it like so early on because I knew how easy it was and I wanted to get this done. So then when I did this for the YouTube video that I made, this was an entirely different mode. So I got to experience both of the modes. The rush mode that we know now is a lot harder because you're on a time crunch of like an hour. I went for like the low tier slimes when really going straight to the Glass Desert and getting all the high tier slimes, and then you're good. For Honor, it's a parry game. What can I say? I'm a sucker for them. I'm also very good at For Honor too, so that's probably another reason why I like it so much. I'm 190 off from the completion. I have some big grinds I gotta get done. I have to look at all these feats: the max renown level 50 times the Dominion PvP matches, win 20 skirmish PvP matches, win 20 elimination PvP matches, kill 5,000 soldiers, and that's pretty much if I get those big ones. I will have the completion on my hands. I got a little burnt out on it. I'll definitely run it back eventually, but I'm not in any rush to get it done. Rematch. So this is a Rocket League clone, but for humans. It's honestly such a unique idea. I don't know how anyone hasn't thought of doing a human Rocket League game. The first week was such a blast, and then everyone figured out that the achievements were just insanely buggy. This honestly ruined my experience of the game because most of the achievements that were the final achievements that I have on my profile, I unlocked at the first week of the game. I probably unlocked all of them, but none of them popped. So I had to redo all of them. 50, 60 goals, and like 20 to 30 of them didn't count. So it's just like I have to do 20 to 30 extra goals. By the time I got back to this game though, once everything was fixed, it took forever for it to get fixed. I think it took until like November, 5 months for them to fix them because they kept having issues and then refixing them, which was annoying, but whatever. I had to score 100 goals, 100 saves and assists, and that was the long part. I was a professional goalie. I had the 100 goals way further than before the 100 goals and assists. For goals and assists, I was like at probably 50%. So I had a lot to grind for because if you play with randoms, chances are 99% of your play time is going to be sitting in a goal, which is fun. Ultimate Sheep Raccoon. This game is not good compared to Chicken Horse. So they added bikes to this game as its unique spin. It's an easier completion than the other ones. You may be wondering why I have 99% and I'm missing 10 Gamerscore. I started this grind by helping Snam and Jeremy get some achievements. We did the host an online game with 8 players, so we got a bunch of guest accounts and we ran it like that, and then we got finished 4th place in an 8-player game. We all did that together. We did that December 19th, 2025. They went ahead and gone out and complete the game. Both of them got it. I waited. I think I was working on a video. Christmas Eve, when I started playing the game again, coincidentally, Christmas Eve was the day they broke the fucking game, and the final achievement, I could not get any more. It's one of the easiest achievements in the game, falling in a pit 10 times. I will eventually have my 10 gamer score that I rightfully deserve laid up. Someone can have saves and they can share you their achievement stuff, and you can get them to have like auto pops on the really tough stuff. It makes the grind pretty quick. Did not have somebody like that, so I decided to be the guy to get the 100%. Super tough achievements in reaching overtime day 15. That's really hard because it takes a lot of setup to get to that. By the time you're at overtime day 15, you are serving 300 plus customers, so you have to have an automatic system. You don't have an automatic system set in place, you're just losing. You're not serving 300 customers. It took me like forever to set up, and I think I messed up a few times as well because like so much setup, and then chances are you just fuck up. The rest of the achievements are pretty simple, like serving a pizza, burger. You gotta just serve meals to your customers and you'll get a bunch of achievements like that. With my saves that I have been helping some of my friends get the 100%. Each time I helped them though, it was like 2 to 3 hours. Played Up was fun. I really liked it. It reminded me of Overcooked a lot. The next game we have is Pal World. This game is awesome. You know, when the game was in very, very early access, when it first released, it was buggy. It was not really fun to play because you would just get glitched into like a wall, and the achievements were relatively easy too. So I didn't think anything of it at the time. They started adding updates to the game, and these updates really padded out the time. I thought I hated that at first. I realized that these updates they were adding were really improving the game, and at the state the game is currently at, I love Pal World. This game is awesome. I play this game every time there's a new update, getting the achievements, so I have to come back every couple months. Plank and Jeremy are playing Pal World with me too, so I do the bulk of the grinding and then they hop in and get their achievements. One of the updates, we had to like grind like 50-60 hours. We were playing non-stop trying to get supplies and making sure that we can get stacked and overpowered. And thankfully, all that grinding that we did for that update has made it so that we are simply resourced up to where we don't have to grind for the other achievements. We're basically good. I love Pal World so much that me and my in real life friend, we've been playing this game and playing it for fun. You're probably seeing the footage of us playing together. And I've learned so many things from playing with my in real life friend because we've been playing the normal mode. Plank and Jeremy on that world, you're like Superman on that. Like you do so much damage to the pals. I never got to experience using the actual pals, but with my in real life friend, I learned so much with the pals, like about breeding them to get a really strong pal, the resources they can give you and all that. It's really interesting how much there is to this game, and it feels very simple, but at the same time, it's just so much fun. So the next game that I was keeping as a surprise is Blueprints. I wanted to experience another Tunic-like game, and man, this game delivered. I actually thought this game was overhyped. The problem with this game is that I feel like the first like 6 hours of this game, nothing is happening. You feel like nothing's happening at least. All of a sudden, something clicks, and then you realize that there is a lot more than what meets the eye, and that's when you really click with the game and you start to really like it. I am sadly really bad at Blueprints. I struggled at the building aspect of the game. Like I could figure out a puzzle and know what the next step is, but when it comes to building a room, it would take me forever to build that room. Sometimes it's an RNG issue with certain items not like being picked up or anything like that, and then other times it's more of a skill issue with me not being able to properly draft a room, or I get a dead-ended because I didn't build properly, right? This game might be the best game I've ever played, but I also hate it at the same time. Blueprints took me 150 hours to complete, and it was a long ride, and I plan on making this into a full out video. So I did everything that you can possibly do in the game. Even the stuff that is not related to achievements, I did. And I think there's a certain point in the game where you should just give up. I don't think this game is meant for you to see everything. The reason why I say that is because the game gives you an out at every step of the way to just quit. I'm about to spoil the fuck out of this game, by the way, so if you want to skip to a timestamp, you can do here. This game is incredible. I would recommend you play it. There's a lot to this, like a lot. There's a certain point in the game where you should quit. Now, I am about to spoil, so fair warning. I gave you the time to skip to that timestamp if you did not want to be spoiled. You can solve room 46 and you can be filled and quit right there. Solving the room sigils, for instance. Once you figure out all of these, that's a perfect out. You could take it one step further with completing the trophy case, and completing the trophy case is 100% of the game. Further of the game, you can make the throne room blue, and you can claim that. And then once you do that, that's basically an ending. You sit at the throne, you're the blue prince. Name of the game. That's honestly probably the point where you should quit, because everything after what I'm about to say is very obtuse and just like almost like how the fuck would you get to that solution, right? Then there's the Atelier puzzle, and that essentially is like an entire blue room. There's lights surrounding the rooms, and there's hallways, and it's basically an entire labyrinth of rooms, hallways, lights. You're supposed to figure out the pathway to get to the blue room 46. The way you get to that blue Atelier puzzle is so obtuse and like almost like you would have to look up a guide. And I feel like that's the problem with this game, is that there's so much in this game. Full transparency, even trying to make this into an entertaining video, I didn't look anything up in Tunic, and I tried going into that mindset with Blueprints as well, but the game is just so obtuse with some of the stuff that you kind of just have to. I'd be really shocked if anyone has gone into the blue Atelier puzzle room without ever looking up a single thing about this game. I feel like no one has. And if you have, then good on you. I guess you get a cookie or something. But the reason why I say like you should quit like after the blue throne room is that I think this game is a masterpiece, but it has too many layers. The game is a masterpiece up until layer 7, and then getting from layer 8 to 10 is like, how did you get there without looking things up? If I had 200 more hours to look at everything in the game, maybe I would have gone in there, but it would have taken me so much more time. And I mean, I'm 159 hours in, and if I didn't look things up, I got to a certain point where I just had to. I've been just yapping about this game, and I haven't even talked about the achievements. Reaching room 46 in under an hour, reaching room 46 in 1 day, so you combine them, then doing curse mode and dare. Curse and dare mode sucks, but the 1 day one is brutal. In dare mode, you basically get, at the start of the day, you get a dare, and you have to fulfill that dare, but if you don't fulfill that dare, it resets the day for you. You could get really shafted on a terrible dare that would make it so impossible to do. The set of dares that I got were like really easy. I had to draft the bathroom and sit in the bathroom for 30 to 40 seconds. Curse mode is like, if you draft a yellow room, you lose a gold coin. Green room, you lose a gem. What these rooms strive in, you lose. A red item makes you lose everything, and essentially you gotta win with a capped footstep as well. You start with 13 footsteps. That's ridiculous. I did not like that one at all. I didn't really have fun with that one. And the biggest one of all, reaching room 46 in 1 day and under an hour. They're 2 separate achievements, but you basically combine them. If you're doing one, you're doing the other. This achievement broke me. This may be the longest time I spent on a single achievement besides Mine Laban. The amount of RNG you need to do to complete this is insane. I have a notepad or my computer. Every way you can possibly win. You have to have so much in your favor. I'm about to show spoilers because I really want to show this note. Look at this shit that you have to do to win. I have everything neatly organized so that you can set up how to possibly win. You have to have good enough RNG to even make it to an antechamber, and then you need a pathway to the basement. But in order to have a pathway to the basement, you need the foundation, so you need a switch behind, or you need a pump room. Or if you don't have any of those, unfortunately, you get shafted in RNG, you can get a power hammer in the workshop, which is even more unlikely than the other two, right? I spent 50 hours trying to get these permutations. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a freaking lot, man. And the most likely scenario of winning is getting the east or west antechamber opened, straight path to antechamber, having enough footsteps to even win, getting either the pool pump room for draining fountain, the utility closet to open garage, and then 2 dies for tomb. I spent days doing nothing but doing this. I was defeated by the point that I got this. I can't wait to make this into a video because it's going to be a really long video, and it shows like every emotion possible. I'm angry, I'm sad, like I'm depressed, I'm really down in the dumps during this part. But this game is awesome. I really loved it. Okay, the actual final clothes change. This video is actually taking a really long time to record. I've actually simmered in my thoughts, so I have probably about like 8 hours recorded of just like going through everything. It's gonna be a long video. So if you made it this far into the video, I guess if you're enjoying the discussion, I do make achievement hunting content. If you're into that at all, feel free to subscribe. Maybe this is gonna be a long video to edit. Vampire Survivors is the horde survivor of all horde survivors. The amount of quality is in here is just ridiculous. Finally came back to it at the end of 2025 to clean it up because they added co-op to this. So I had a blast. It was so addicting and a breath of fresh air to just come back and just enjoy a grind. To be honest, most of the achievements are pretty fun and you can get the majority of them just by playing the game. A lot of it's evolution based, so you have to create an item and craft it into a stronger version. And then there's other character achievements like surviving 30 minutes with a certain character, doing a certain amount of kills with said character and whatnot, and that pretty much goes in line with most of the grind. There's a lot of achievements in this game too, over 243 achievements in this game, so there's a lot to go after in this game. Lots of DLCs, and overall, this is just an amazing game to play. I'm really looking forward to Vampire Crawlers later in the year, and that's more of a deck building card game. I've never even played a deck building card game yet, other than I guess Balatro. I'm gonna try some other horde survivors, but I don't know if they'll ever meet the standard of Vampire Survivors. I feel like I've unfortunately may have hit the peak. Party Animals was once my rarest completion, and unfortunately I do not have the 100% anymore, and I'm really sad about that. There's a lot of achievements to go for in just the main game. This is a party game mode, so there's a bunch of mini games that you play, and in those mini games you have to earn a bunch of achievements and you have to do specific things, and some of these game modes are rather challenging to complete. Buzzball is one of the hardest because there's 2 achievements that you have to go for. One of them is the claw and shock damage. For the claw, you have to single-handedly notch a score in the final 10 seconds of the 11th round, so that basically means overtime. And then shock damage is triggering the buzzball blast 10 times in one game, which that one's not as bad as the claw. For me to even unlock the claw, I had to make sure that the other team was bots, so I had to disable crossplay and then switch my server to an Asian server, and then I was playing against bots, and that was the only way I was able to not have a full squad with me. And even doing the bot method, it took me very much a lot of attempts, trial and erroring how to get past the bots and avoid them while also scoring in the last 10 seconds of the round. I almost thought I had to boost that one entirely, but luckily almost everything in this list wasn't boostable, except now that they added a Among Us game mode. This is horribly optimized because this is a custom game. It's not a public thing that you can just randomly join and find a game. You gotta look for Space Crisis and Factory Crisis. Not a lot of people are actively playing this game looking in custom games. They're probably just playing quick match here and there. This game is a kid catered game, right? Having an Among Us mode in custom games, the servers aren't populated. These achievements that they added are rare and are basically now the reason why only 58 people out of 216,787 have completed this game. And I will complete this game eventually. I just don't want to boost this game. This Among Us mode isn't even fun because, for one, a lot of the time it's not that populated. So you're waiting for a game to start. And the only way a game can start is if you have at least 8 people in the game and you have to have them all readied up. You can't just let the host start the game as soon as 8 people are available. You got to win 20 games in Space Crisis, win 15 games as a good guy, 5 games as a killer, and then 3 games as a neutral role. A neutral role is like the jester in like Town of Salem or something like that. So if they get voted out, they win the round. And that's really rare to find because only one person will get that role. And a lot of the neutral roles aren't very good. I've only gotten 1 neutral role. I got very fortunate that someone was basically like a kid and just like appreciated me giving him a cat's thumbs up, and he just let me win, I guess. He was really clutch for that. So I got 1 out of 3 neutral role wins. I have the win 15 games as goodie and win 20 games in Space Crisis. I just need 2 more games as killer and then 2 as neutral for Space Crisis. Not only that, there's a whole nother map called Factory Crisis, and you have to do the exact same thing on that map as well. Now for Factory Crisis, I am not so unfortunate. I will eventually complete this, and this will officially be my rarest completion on my profile, very likely. We're getting closer to the top of my list. Left 4 Dead 2, I played like last week. It was a blast. Left 4 Dead 2 is the game I have nostalgia for. I remember sleeping over a friend's house at the time, and we played the versus mode all night, and it was a absolute blast. Finally being able to clean that up, it's gonna mean a lot to me. Left 4 Dead 2 is as simple as Left 4 Dead 1, and honestly even simpler because you don't have to get the 53k infected kills. This game also has the expert glitch, so you can get around that difficulty achievement as well. I haven't done the mustachio and the gnomeski achievements yet, but I've heard they're quite challenging to do, and I'm excited to get to that once we do. I've just been waiting. Getting to 300k, I've had to lock myself out of gaming a lot, so I haven't really done as much gaming as I would like. In Left 4 Dead 2 and Party Animals, for instance, just to hit 300k, I've had to like put a halt on these grinds. All right, so now we have the Jackbox Party Packs 4 through 6. This is pretty much like all like the same. This is a party game where you can set up a phone, your computer to have windows to play the game, because the console is so much like the screen, and you're playing on your phone, your computer, whatever you can do to play Jackbox Party Pack. A lot of these games you can make incognito tabs, you can use Firefox, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, you can do your phone, your private tabs, and you can have like 6 people playing at a time. Most of this can be easily grinded just by yourself as long as you have the resources to do so. This is not a very intensive game at all. These are just party games that you would find. The only one that's even worth mentioning is Trivia Murder Party 2 in Jackbox Party Pack 6. Oh, also I have 7 up here too. I forgot about 7. The achievement Me and My Dad is for surviving while wearing father's hat. What this is a very luck-based achievement, and what you have to do is you have to hope to get the father's hat. But the only problem with getting the father's hat is that once you get it, no matter what happens, you get sent into the punishment for Trivia Murder Party, and you have to hopefully survive the test, usually like a typing game, a luck-based game, or anything to get out of, and then hopefully make it to the final hurdle. If you make it all the way to the final hurdle, you get the achievement. But it was highly rare for me to get the father's hat. I spent about 3 hours grinding for father's hat one night, and I had 0 luck. And then the next night when I tried, I got it on the very first attempt, and I was like, oh shit, I have to lock in here. I freaking died. I died so quick and was like, oh, I'm not going to get that hat for another few hours, right? I kept grinding because I was like, if I got it this early, I can definitely get it later in the night. And thankfully, I got it the game after. And I was like, oh, this could be it. I had an extra account this time. I basically survived to the final area and I locked in and got it. And I was so thankful. It did not take nearly as long as I would have thought. Up next, we have Hollow Knight Silksong. The wait for this game, I was waiting for this game for years. And when this game finally came out, it delivered. The movement system of Hornet compared to the Knight is so fluid and fast paced. Her movement kit is just so fun to play with. I put in a good 70 hours for the 100%. You may be wondering why I don't have the full 1000 out of 1000, and that's because I left the speedrun achievements and the Steel Soul 100%. I'm honestly probably gonna come back to it like next year or later in the year. I just don't know when I will officially be doing it. I'm not planning on save scumming. I plan on making it into a full video, and that just sounds like it's gonna be pure pain and misery to get through. I'm kind of scared of that. The game was so long that at certain points I was like, oh, surely this is the end of the game, right? Nope. The area like tripled in size. And I was like, how is that possible? And then once you think that area is done, it branches off in like 4 other areas. Then you're like, bro, when does this game end? It felt like the game was never ending. I took my time with it, and I'm so glad I did because it made me really appreciate this game. The bosses are definitely harder in this game compared to the first one. It's not even comparable. These bosses are just harder. The first one you could do them in like a couple attempts, but this one, it felt like a song and dance to get through some of these bosses. There's a certain boss that took me 20 to 30 attempts, and it was just like, oh, that was a big battle, a back and forth. I really don't want to spoil anything about Hollow Knight Silksong. It's just such a magical experience, and I'm so glad I got to play it. This game is peak. All right, so now we are at the final hoorah, very close to 300k. I made a stream milestone to hit 300k, and I would not stop the stream until I hit 300k. I started with Minecraft Xbox 360 edition. I've talked about this with the Xbox One edition. Unfortunately, the 360 version is the same way. It has a tutorial world where you can set up things and properly have everything in place for achievements to just pop. A lot of the achievements that are left in this game are for doing the public battle mini game, and then there's like snow spleef, and those are, I need a extra player. I will certainly do them at some point. I'm not in any rush. For 200k, I did Minecraft, the Minecraft version for passing the time, and I thought it'd be a nice homage to do it again. I don't think I'll be able to do that for 400k, but I thought it was pretty fun to do that. The next one is Peppa Pig World Adventures, another homage because 200k, I did Peppa Pig. It's a children's game, so like you can kind of expect it to be pretty easy, right? It took about an hour for Peppa Pig World Adventures. Waiting Peppa Pig World Adventures put me at 299,970 Gamerscore. I was only missing 30 more G's, and I wanted to end off with a very special game, just a small little game called Halo the Master Chief Collection. What a game to end off on. And then we have Rec Room up here. Don't mind Rec Room. I feel like I can talk about this game for an entire hour and I would still have more to talk about. That's how special this game is. This year I was really going through it, and during June, I texted Jeremy. This was his dream completion, and I texted him and asked him, would you like to do Halo? And then the rest was history. We started from the very beginning with Combat Evolved, and then we ended on the final one, Halo 3 ODST. We kind of got a little out of order, but we finished with the hardest and we ended with the easiest. And man, what a game. What a freaking game, man. Pretty much how we did this grind was once the game was started, we did not move on from that game. Once we were on Combat Evolved, we stayed on Combat Evolved until it was finished and then moved on to Halo 2. Pretty much how we did this was we did the Master Saga playlist because you have to complete that for an achievement, and that spans across Halo 1 through 4. Pretty much every game besides Halo 3 I've never experienced. So this was my first ever time really playing Halo. I get why people love these games. Halo had the sauce at one point. I wanted to be very diligent with the grind because Halo Master Chief Collection is a guaranteed like 400, 500 hours, and I wanted to be very quick and fast. So I went ahead and made an entire spreadsheet of the Halo Master Chief Collection, categorizing it in every game and everything that is related to this game. I categorized it on how quick we can do it based on levels, the cross game achievements, even the lassos. I made this spreadsheet to calculate everything. I have the total amount of hours it took for each game. Halo C and Halo 2 being the hardest at 120 hours both combined. Once we got through Halo 1 and 2, it was pretty much smooth sailing from there, and we knew we had the completion. Halo C and 2 were the big gatekeepers. After Master Saga, we did all the miscellaneous achievements and all the levels of said game. Then we did the legendary speed run, where you have to get all your times on the levels in under 3 hours. The speed run, for the most part, there's not a whole lot to talk about except for in 2 and CE. Halo 2 especially, because this was easily the hardest and most draining achievement in the entire collection. This was several hours of trimming our times down and trying to get under 3 hours. We spent so long, we thought we were doing amazing. And then the final level that we left for last, of course, conveniently, was Gravemind. We freaking struggled, man. Our first time on Gravemind was an hour, and then we did it again the next day, getting that down to 40 minutes. Even then, we had 13 minutes that we had to cut. We didn't want to do another Gravemind attempt. That could have been an easy one to trim down, but we did not want to play Gravemind any longer than we should have. So we got to work on the other levels. We started trimming down Metropolis and Outskirts and all these other levels just to get that time down. I have the clip. I'm just going to let the clip play for itself. This was a very draining moment, soul-drenching moment. Oh my God, you got it. You got it, Jeremy.
You got it? What was the time?
3:29.
You know where I'm at?
Where?
I'm 1 second off.
You're 1 second off?
Literally 1 second. Let me send you a picture of this.
Me too. 1 second off. Oh man.
I could take
Run it
1
back,
second off of that.
boys.
Having it that way, making it to 3 hours and 1 second is crazy cinema. Could not have planned that any better, and I find that so hilarious looking back on it. Eventually, we did get this achievement after so much grinding, and it felt such a good pressure off our back. Then after the legendary speedrun came the final hoorah, Lasso. Lasso was something that we were very nervous about, and for us, the lassos weren't all too bad, except for one Halo game. Surprisingly, Halo 2 is what people deem as the hardest lasso. Honestly, I disagree. I think it goes CE as the hardest. I think people are back and forth between CE and 2. And the only reason why I say CE is the hardest is because 2 is so optimized for the legendary speedrun. We put probably 100 hours in the legendary speedrun that we know all the tricks inside and out. And the lasso tricks are kind of the same. If you know the speedrun tricks, you can just do them in Lasso. It made it such an easy experience for us to do. Most of the levels can be skipped. Now, the only part about Halo 2 Lasso that we struggled on was, of course, the big Gravemind. So the reason why we struggled so much for Gravemind for Lasso, we spent a total of 8 hours 32 minutes on Gravemind. Just keep this in mind. We got before the prison area, and there's a thing called the prison skip where you can completely skip that area and avoid it, and that saves probably like a good hour and a half of the lasso level. We never learned how to do the prison skip, so we spent so much hours trying to figure out how to do prison skip. We spent 4.5 hours trying to do prison skip. I could not do it. Jeremy clutched the fuck up, and he spent so long trying to figure out how to do it. All I could do, because there was a certain point where all I could do was watch, because he was in the elevator and it would spawn us in the elevator and I would be spectating him. So all I could do was watch him do it. And so there's so many fails and frustration. Like, we were silent for an entire hour and a half, him just trying to do this trick. Like, I had to give him like little like, you got this, Jeremy. You got this, man. That's all I could do. we were so hopeless. And then he finally gets the trick. And then we're like 5.5 hours deep, I think, after he gets it. And we're trying to just zoom through Gray Mine, right? And the rest of Gray Mine, in all, isn't too hard. We got to like 6 hours and 25 minutes or something. 6 hours, maybe 30 minutes. And we were at the final part of the level. And the game crashes on us. When the game crashed on us, I think we both were like, we're quitting. We're quitting this grind. We can't do that. But we bounced back, and then we did the entire level in 2 hours. We were just struggling in prison skip. Like, we clutched up on Gray Mine. So that was the only Halo 2 level that gave us really any trouble on Lasso. So the big one is Halo CE. Starting with Halo C as our first game, this was our first ever Lasso, so we didn't know what we were doing. We paid the price for playing the first Lasso. We were honestly doing pretty good for the first 2 levels. Pillar of Autumn, we did in 15 minutes. Halo, we did in 1 hour and 30. We were kind of cruising. We thought this was going to be like easy. Lasso was overrated and all this. And then Truth and Reconciliation comes, and we were stuck on this level for 11 hours and 45 minutes. This is by far the longest level out of all the Halos that it took us for on any of the Lassos, anything. Hard area after hard area. We couldn't do the skits because we sucked at the game. This was our first Halo Lasso. We just were not good enough to do these skips, and Truth and Reconciliation was definitely our weakest level. We were soft locked on the Hunter area. We were soft locked in the Fend area where a bunch of elites come through with energy swords. We were stuck there for so long, and then having to play the rest of the level like 4 hours in, we were just in for suffering, and this level provided us so much difficulty. Halo C's Lasso, what makes it so tough is that almost every skull is out to hurt you, and it just really makes for such a miserable experience. Way more than the other games, at least. You have skulls where for 1 bullet shot, you shoot 2. Picking up ammo, you pick up half as much, but then you also pick up ammo off of like other people is half as much. You are already at half ammo when you're starting, so you really have to be very conservative about your ammo. You don't want to use too much and run out of it. Can't use any Covenant weapons in this one either, so you're full military weapons, and you can't do the noob combo tack like you can in the other ones. Truth and Reconciliation, you have to go through all of that with a Magnum and a sniper. You are lacking on resources the entire time. We got 4 hours before even landing into the ship on one of the tries, and then the second try we played an entire 8 hours. We did a full-time shift on Truth and Reconciliation. We were miserable. Once you're in the ship, you have a Fend area where you have to take down elites that have energy swords, and immediately after that you have hunters to face. We almost got soft locked on the hunters because they would just instantly kill us, and we couldn't do anything about it. And then the final like area of the game, you have to take keys to Banshee area to complete the level, and he dies so freaking quick. You have to be so fast. I think fortunately for us, it didn't take us that long protecting keys and bringing him there because we just finished the level. Now, I will say, outside of CE's Lasso, all of the other ones aren't too bad. In terms of difficulty, I would rank on Lasso, CE being the hardest, Halo 2, Halo Reach, Halo 3, Halo 4, and then Halo 3 ODST. Halo 3 ODST took us 4 hours and 25 minutes, and Halo CE took us 27 hours and 16 minutes. In terms of the legendary speed run, I would give that to Halo 2. Probably the hardest achievement in the entire collection is that achievement alone. The rest of the speedruns are pretty simple. You don't even have to learn much speedrun tricks like at all for legendary speedrun, which is very fortunate. And not even on top of that, once you get through all of these Halo games, you still have to do a multiplayer grind, and there's so much to grind. Me and Jeremy would play like pretty much every night trying to get through these Halos, and fellow friend Mitt Muffled would hop in and join our call and just chat with us, and he was a great morale boost, and he joined us with the multiplayer grind. Thankfully for him, he had 4 controllers, and then me and Jeremy split up with 2 controllers. So me and Jeremy were on a team, and Mitt had four bodies to work with, and we went through all of the multiplayer together. Shout out to them. There's some really crazy stuff that you have to get through for the multiplayer. You have to get 500 grenade kills, so that's a lot of your time. You have 100 killing sprees, so you have to get 5 kills without dying. Then you have to get 250 killjoys, which this is the main achievement that was holding us back from completing the multiplayer portion, because to do a killjoy, you have to kill somebody that has a killing spree. Essentially, what this is just a very freaking long grind that you have to do. Fortunately, and I guess unfortunately, what I'm about to say afterwards, there was a game mode, Griffball. Everyone knows Griffball. Everybody loves that game mode. It was a yellow game mode for, I guess, a time. And before the year ended, we were able to finish off the Killjoy for both Jeremy and Mint, and that was great. That was the last achievement that we had to do, because Griffball makes it so that a normal TDM match or whatever would be like maybe 12, 13 killjoys. Griffball would make it 40. It made the grind so much quicker for that. We left going to the new year being like, we'll finish up my part. And then the yellow game mode, it would be in Griffball, right? It changed the game mode on us, so we couldn't play Griffball anymore. And we did not know that detail going into it, and it sucked. It sucked having not to play Griffball, and we had to do it separately. Me and Mint did a 2v2, and then we had to like just full on grind it out one evening, and it was rough. I eventually did get this on January 15th to get ready for the 300k stream. My final achievement that I ended off the completion for was a monument to all your sins for completing the Halo Reach legendary campaign by yourself. I thought the achievement name was pretty special. I like that. It sounds really badass, and I was like, yeah, let me end off on that. And I thought that was a perfect way to send off this video, except we have Rec Room up here, which I'll talk about in a minute. But having this completion is crazy, because I would have never thought I would have this, let alone say I love Halo. I didn't really like Halo all too much. To say I love it is an understatement, because this was a very special grind. This was so much fun. I don't know if there's going to be a game that will ever top how much fun I had playing. The Halo 1 and Halo 2 portion was the main struggles of the grind. I wish I could say like we really struggled on the rest of the Halos, but honestly, we breezed through Halo 3 to Reach. In terms of Lasso, the only one that we really struggled on was the final level in Halo Reach. That one was really tough, but aside from that, we kind of zoomed through it. Halo 1 and 2 took us several months to do. November came around, and then we got through Halo 3 all the way to Reach. Done. All in November. We really just zoomed through it. Now, I would have liked to end it off on Halo the Master Chief Collection for this video, but I have hopped on Rec Room. Funny enough, I'm actually playing this game right now as we speak. Rec Room is certainly a game of all time. Rec Room, for the most part, has very easy achievements except for 2 of them, and they're both for reaching a certain level. One of them is level 30 and the other one level 50. The average completion time is 200 to 300 hours. The reason why it takes so long is because there's an XP cap, a daily XP cap. You have 150 XP per day. On top of there being an XP cap, you also have to play at least 5 minutes for just 10 XP. So you have to play around an hour and a half to 2 hours every single day to get the daily XP cap. If you started from level 1, it would take you 110 days to complete this game. So this is a very long grind, about 3 months of actively playing this game. You may be wondering what my progress is currently. I am level 48 at 810 out of 1080, which means that I have about 9 days left of grinding. And if you look at my play time, it's not even close to 200-300 hours. And you may be wondering why that is. Not only because you can play it on the phone, that's probably a large part of it, but as I started playing this game, someone in my Discord server, shout out to Scholar for this was huge, he told me they extended the XP cap. I played this around December 22nd. They extended the XP cap to 1,500 for the week of the 22nd to the 29th. So I non-stopped played this game. I was playing 12 hours a day on my phone, my Xbox. I was doing everything to get the XP, trying to get as quick as possible to this. The coolest thing about this game is that you can also just AFK it entirely. Once I started grinding this, there was a room called like level XP. You get like fully capped after 30 minutes of playing. So you swap to the next room, then you go into there, and then you just repeat that. But now there's an entire AFK farm that just moves you to the next room, and you can just sit there and you don't even have to play the game anymore. And it makes the game so much easier to grind because now I can just walk away. I can start my day off with logging into a rec room. It's starting my morning routine. And then by the time I'm ready to sit on my desk and edit and do whatever, I already have the daily XP limit. And I got from level 19 to about 40 something. I might have been in the 30s, 38, pretty high level, and I probably had like 30 to 40 days left. And now you're like, how did you get from 30 to 40 days to 9? That's kind of insane. After the 29th, they've been doing something on every Thursday. The XP cap shifts from 150 to 1,500 every single Thursday the entire time. I haven't missed a Thursday, and it's been always 1,500. Today is Wednesday, and if we're going by every Thursday being 1,500 XP cap, that will mean I will complete this tomorrow, January 22nd, 2026. So by the time you're seeing this video, I already have this completion, and that concludes my 300k Gamerscore collection video. I hope you all enjoyed my collection. I have some pretty good games that I'm proud of, and I love not touching grass. It's a very fun hobby. I am planning on heavily going in my backlog and cleaning that up. I want a large part of my games to be backlog heavy. You've made it to the end of the video. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, please subscribe and like the video. It does help a lot. And with that, I hope to see you all in the next one.